Hello. So, yesterday, we were working on the Tribunal Temple questline in the mainland, and today, we're going to continue doing that. I installed a different body mod that I think looks better than the one we tried yesterday. Because it doesn't feel as smooth.
What do you need?
This is what the hands look like. They're not as spindly and gross. They still look a little crunchy, as you'd expect from Morrowind. But they don't look like they're made out of clay. I mean, they're still like low poly. ET phone home. And there's also a little bit of retexturing on the body. But it doesn't feel super out of place. Also, I was testing some stuff out. We actually have more armor without the shield because of how high our unarmored level is, which is weird.
There's someone watching me. I can tell.
Was Flare intentionally spelled wrong? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I also turned on the option to keep rain from falling through ceilings. Look at that, now we're dry. And now we're wet. And now we're dry. It's the small things.
Yes, Outlander, what do you want?
Ooh, spooky.
Is there something you need?
Okay, so last time we met with Enderal Danvis, who had a slave that was dying, and we convinced him to free the slave so they could die in their homeland. Yeah, we did that, and we got a ring that grants 70 points of shield for 60 seconds. I think we should try leveling up some enchanting. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Indril is his first name. Yeah, it's like Dagothar. I guess maybe it's more of an old thing, because Indril, I don't know, maybe they respect old religious tradition. Or maybe that was an old religious tradition, and since Indril is more of a religious house, they stick with the old tradition. So it's Dagothar, Indril Nerevar. Instead of like Naravar Induro. Klalu Helsa. Yeah.
Yes. Is there something you need?
See, I think this body mod, like it doesn't feel out of place. The other one, they seem too smooth. You know what I mean?
Is there something Is there something you need?
Excuse me, sir.
Walk well, wet and dry.
Smooth skins. Yeah.
Is there something you need?
Actually, if we recall, can we place our mark?
Please, go ahead, Outlander. I'm listening.
Doesn't have any more duties for us. Office of Intercession. That's right. Hello, Atir. What we should do, maybe do some training in enchanting. Find an enchanting trainer who's also a vendor. Buy some enchanting and then sell the glass weapons we stole from Induro Danvas. I believe every level of enchanting reduces the cost of enchantments by like 1%. So it's not bad. Where's the Office of Intercession? Oh no, it's on the top of the canton. It's up there. Probably also do alteration training. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. I don't know what that is. It's just... there's something nice about the rain not falling through the structures. I don't know why.
The mighty king sleeps. Praise Veloth. I'm not busy now, but you.
Walk with virtue, Outlander.
Alright, who is the person who gave tasks? Was it you?
Please join me.
No duties. Speak with Loris Dallin. Wait, but... what?
May I help you?
But she told me to come here.
Walk with virtue, Outlander.
Hmm.
Yes, Outlander. How do you do? The mighty fear sleeps. Its current.
Have I delivered the letter? I did. Good, and I trust everything went well. There were no surprises on the way. Eileen Telleth wanted me to show her the letter. She did. You didn't let her read it, did you? I refused to give her the letter. Thank you, Eric. I forgot her name was Eric. I don't understand why Eileen would be so mistrusting of me. I can guarantee that there was nothing in that letter that was of any concern to her. Oh, that was any of her concern. I knew I could trust you. Go back to Loris Dallin and give her my regards. She was wise to choose you for this task.
Welcome, friend. We extend you our warm regards. Yes, Outlander, what may I do?
I also think I found where to get Greater Bonewalker spell. It's kind of out of the way though, but we should get it. I'm sending you on a mission to Old Ebonheart. You're an Outlander, so who would be better suited to weed out outlandish heresy than you? Two heretics in question are Sertiel and Hastophus Velifer, temple devots who have visited the city of Old Ebonheart. Whoops. Have made numerous complaints about them, and we simply can't go ignoring them any longer. Now, the Ordinators would love to pay a visit to these Outlanders, but the Imperials would never let them enter the city. That's why I'm sending you there. Talk to them and make them respect temple law. Remember to be very discreet. Temple law means little to the Empire. Wait. Temple devots who have visited the city of Old Emner. Oh, temple devots have made complaints about Sertiel and Hastophus. Okay. A trinket peddler by the docks, selling her wares to foolish outlanders from overseas. She's spreading falsities about the temple, conflating the Tribunal with the good Daedra. Ooh. Hastophus is a necromancer by trade. Can you believe such a thing? It bears testament to the moral decay of the Empire that they allow him to live and openly practice his craft in the city, and it pains me that we can't simply have the Ordinators deal with him. I've been told that he has offered his abhorrent services to native Dunmer, spitting in the faces of our gods and ancestors. Let him know that what he is doing is against temple law, and he must cease doing it. It's only okay to do if you're using souls to power a gate. Or a fence. If you're not doing that, then it's bad.
Do you have something to say, Outlander?
Trying to think. Who could train me
Sarah?
in enchanting? Perhaps we should get Azura's Star. Oh yeah, we also got like 78 speechcraft last time. We kind of cheesed it with an infinite scroll wheel. Come on, get to 100. There we go. Could make an on-strike enchantment. That soul trap stuff, maybe. Could that be a good idea? Or is that even worth the effort? Probably easier just to cast the spell. We won't sell those just yet. Wait, what glove is he wearing? Was he wearing that glove the whole time? Weird, he didn't equip the gear when I sold it to him. Interesting. We could do like a scamp ring, where you summon the scamp, soul trap the scamp, and kill the scamp all at the same time. And use that to train enchanting, or use that for money to train enchanting. That's why we can't get a restore magicka spell. That'd be amazing to have on an enchanted item. Oops. No, cast a spell. I think if we get... Does he have belts? He has belts. Good. Use an expensive belt. And if we enchant... Do we have... We have Ghost. Lower magicka to 1, then it should go back to full. I believe OpenMW fixes that exploit. Like the drain magicka and then... Yeah. Do I not have a cheap damaging spell? This barely has any charge anyway. The only magic or regenerating item I know of is Molag Bal's mace. And that absorbs magicka, it doesn't regenerate it. So it's not exactly the same. Vivek's Wrath. That should give us fire. Surprised we don't already have Fire Bite right off the bat. We didn't take destruction, did we? No. Okay, that's why.
Greetings.
Hail!
There are scrolls with the mana regen effect. Oh yeah, that is... Well, aren't those also absorption? They're the scrolls of mana rape, I believe. How much health does an ancestral ghost have? 23. That's a real scroll. Yep. That's expensive. Scroll of Argent Glow restores magicka. Uh-huh. So this might not be ideal. What if I made an item that summons the ghost and soul traps it, but doesn't kill it? Just because actually killing it is kind of expensive. And that's expensive too. So the ghost comes second? And it doesn't really matter that much. Hmm. You land 2 good hits, 3 seconds is all you need. Still don't have enough health. I mean, enough money. Well, you just do it the traditional way. Oh, hello, Banana Batman. Really? What is this worth? 4K. That actually, that should be enough now. Now that I think about it. Summon another one. We'll use its soul to make the ring. I've still got a soul trap. Yeah, so that has 100 charge instead of the 10 from the Nick sound. Am I aware of the Golden Saint scrolls in Skyrim? That's a creation, isn't it? I don't have the anniversary edition. There's one NPC that says "Thank you, Batman," because of your character name. Did you add that in post? Yeah, I added that in post. That was like a text-to-speech thing. That wasn't even AI. That was just text-to-speech. So now we have a ghost ring. And then we recoup the loss. We recoup the loss with the glass. The glass items. Why is his disposition so low? I thought I raised it. Oh. He saw the bullshit you're running on him? Ah. Eh, he's getting souls. That's all he cares about. He's fine. Okay, so now we can basically... We have like an infinite number of... souls. Like we can farm. Which we can use to replenish, items. Oh, right, but we still have to actually attack the ghost. Which is annoying. Especially when it vanishes like that. Damn it. You dare look upon the host of souls. I know that reference. Damn it. I missed. I can't quick cast enchant items. Well, I can, I just gotta switch to my melee weapon. I didn't have enough money to make a ring that also damages the ghost. You see, the real question is, do I just pay for training with the money I can make from these gems? Or do I use the gems to actually train? How much money do I have? I have 3.3k.
Very good company.
So, training arc part 2. I've turned up the gravity to 10 times Earth gravity. I could put it on a second item. So I just quickly, like, summon attack, like, instead of it being on one item, at least for now. I wonder what that would cost. It's still too expensive. Be 48, well, 17, 9, 20, 27. That would be enough damage. That's still more expensive. Damn. I mean, I guess I could just undercut myself. Sell it at a loss, corner the market, and then turn it to shit. That's business. All you need is some starting capital. But once you have that, no one can stop you. The shield has a pretty decent enchantment size, I'm surprised. If I do... no, I want it to be quick. Is it still not enough? Oh, no. There we go. Alright, so now with this shield... What? I guess it's not guaranteed to kill? That's weird.
Greetings. It would be a pleasure to do business with you.
They had 23 health? Try that again. Do an Ancestral Ghost for 2 seconds, Soul Trap for 2 seconds. Fire damage 1 to 50. I'm gonna do 1 to 60 just for safety. It costs 8k. That should do it. What? It's on touch. This game is hard.
It would be a pleasure to do business with you.
Two seconds, soul trap on target for 2 seconds. Fire damage on target for 2 seconds. 50 damage for 10k. Alright. Now. There we go. Some of them still aren't dying all the way. That's strange. Yeah, then we can use the souls we collect to recharge the shield. We basically get a level each time. And each time you get a level, it's cheaper to reuse the stuff. And we'll get intelligence. Because it's not a major. Or a minor. So it doesn't actually affect our overall level. It ain't much, but it's honest work. It's kind of not. Trapping the souls of our ancestors. Is it evil? The real question is it profitable? And the answer is yes. Doesn't really fit the temple RP. They have conjuration as a major, or as a favorite skill. So conjuration and mysticism. They wouldn't do it to ancestor ghosts? Eh. They might. They're bad ancestors. They're like the ancestors you would use to guard the tombs. What if you run out of ancestors? I use somebody else's. Where do the soul gems come from? Oh, this guy. The skeleton of Theseus. Digital duck with a raid. Hello. We're farming ghosts. What would the temple farm? Would they farm bone walkers? Is that more in line? I mean, don't they make bone walkers out of their disgraced ancestors? Yeah, these aren't my ancestors. These are the ancestors of heretics. That's what it is. Didn't they make one of Lord Indral and Aravar? That's a good point. thought ancestors were powerful ancestors. I mean, I thought bone walkers were powerful ancestors. I don't know. I think it depends. Sometimes disgraced ancestors are, their bodies and souls are used to guard tombs. At least that was something I read in one of the... I think it's in a lore book in-game. Can't remember which one it is, though. Maybe it's one of the bone ones. I think 30 enchant for now is pretty good. A 7th barrier ring only costs 336 to use instead of, what was it before? 420? 430? 440? It might be something that orc lady you talked to during the main quest says. Huh.
Well met.
While we're here, buy some of this exquisite stuff. Buy some greater soul gems. We'll keep a grand soul gem with us as well, in case we come across a golden saint. Welcome to the stream, Retro64. I think a good idea, maybe make an open spell, because we have no other way of opening stuff. It's expensive. Didn't expect it to be that much. So expensive. Strength and jump. What if I flip them? So it's jump then strength. More expensive. You have many gems, why not do the enchanting yourself? You know? Why do I never think of that? It's an excellent point. I always just assume I have like a 0 cast chance or success chance for it. Do you get XP for failing to make an enchantment? Open-toed shoes. Yeah, it's 0. Man. We'll jump.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
1%. Thank you, Third Eye. For 10 months. Time for enchantment boosting enchant items. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's too cheesy. 100 luck, 100 int for a second, then open the window. That would probably increase the success chance a little bit, but probably not that much. Yeah, let's try. I'll save first if it doesn't work, so we don't have to have a crappy enchantment if it doesn't work out. Let's just see if intelligence works. 39% chance. That worked. Let's just see. Open. Yeah, it's still 0. I mean, it might work a little bit, but it's not super significant.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
Maybe. Do you think the enchanters have the same cast chance, but they have like insurance, which is why it costs so much? Like they don't tell you the cost that goes into actually like resupplying their soul gems or whatever. Or do you think they have to spend a lot of money to make an enchantment that boosts their enchanting by a ton, so it's guaranteed to work? Should that be enough now? Damn it. Could have it be 15 to 100. That'd be annoying. Haven't watched the VOD from April 1st yet. How did it go? It was totally normal. Tim Allen wasn't there. Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls that regenerates magicka. That somebody was talking about earlier. Okay, so caches kick down the door. There we go. Give me my money back. Okay, so we have the spell to open any door or any lock. Gonna eat some rocks real quick. What else would be good to have? Perhaps. I think that's good for now. Maybe a levitate item. Do I have levitate? I don't. Why don't I have a levitate spell? Oh well. I think we're good for now. Let's go. We gotta go to Old Ebonheart and yell at these two guys
Sarah?
for doing stuff.
Got the better of me. Go ahead.
Oh, hold on, let me put these robes on. There we go. Now I feel like a priest. Or a cleric, rather.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Where can I find Hastofos Velifer? I think he's the necromancer we talked to when we have during the Mages Guild. Find him on the west side of town. Or maybe not.
Hello there. How are you?
Who's the other person? Sertiel? Peddler on the docks. Okay, let's go to her first.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
What does the Dunmer need?
Damn it. If only I were tiny. I assume Sateriel is a Dunmer? Maybe?
Is there something you need?
You know what happens when you assume?
Someone watching.
What?
You have my attention. May the wind be on
The
your
Nine
back.
and the Empire, citizen.
Where would you like to go?
You make an ass out of you and me? That doesn't make sense.
You want something, friend?
What brings you here, Dunmer?
I was by the docks of Old Ebonheart selling her wares to foolish outlanders from overseas. Is this not the docks? Is there more docks?
Fair travels, friend.
Why does nobody have anything to say about her? There's not even a topic.
Is there something you need?
Is it you? Yeah.
What is this about, Dunmer?
Oh, I was wrong. It's a Bosmer. Wait. No, wait. Belong to the native Ashlander tribe of Zingamajig. We are proud people from the barren Ashlands of the Ashlands. Okay, she's not a Dunmer. She's pretending to be. I'll sell you a powerful talisman for a price. Oh, trinkets. Outlandish heresy. Oh, I'm just using the Daedra and the Tribunal to spice up the old sales pitch. The sailors are just eating it up. What's the harm, really? You're spreading a skewed view of the temple faith. Well, maybe it's your temple's fault for having such a bizarre and confusing teaching in the first place. I mean, what's the deal with the Daedra anyway? Are they good or bad? What's the deal with the Daedra? The good Daedra are good, the bad Daedra are bad. If you honestly want to learn the truth, you should join the temple. Thanks, but no thanks. Doesn't seem like my cup of sajamba. Now, if you're not going to buy anything, I'd like you to leave me alone. You're unwise to disrespect the temple like that? Come on, you'd think your living gods had a thick... Oh, you'd think your living gods had a thicker skin. Do you know what ordinators do to blasphemers like you? Ain't I lucky that there aren't any ordinators around here, huh? In case you haven't noticed, we're in Old Ebonheart. Do you think the Empire will stay in Morrowind forever? The Temple will get you eventually. Just Inquisitors. The Ordinators might not be here, but I am. You're all talk, you wouldn't dare lay a finger on me? Now get out of my face. What if I do Intimidate? Does that... Oh, Intimidate makes the disposition go up sometimes. I never really bother with Intimidate. Especially since Admire seems to work just as effectively. Sometimes. I'm guessing Intimidate works. Does Intimidate go off Speechcraft level, or does it go off your actual level? The good Daedra are good, the bad Daedra are bad. Which ones are the good ones? Azora, Mafala, and Boethia. What about the Tribunal? They're like the children of the three good Daedra, right? No. Well. The Daedra are the anticipations of the Tribunal. You won't be spreading any more heresies, will you? You know what? I like you, Eric. So I'm going to do what you ask. I won't be telling any more stories about the good Daedra and the Tribunal. You have my word. Oh my gosh, she has a...
Sorry, stranger. My time is short, so get on with it.
She has an ash statue. That's a problem. Good luck. Hello, Wittgenstein.
What do you need?
Okay, now we gotta find Hestophus. Where's Hestophus? West side of town.
Good afternoon.
It's probably a fake ash statue. Yeah, it's not something I'd risk.
The Nine and the Empire, citizen.
Seems quite foolish.
Ah, greetings. What shall we talk about?
Nope. Nothing about Hestophus. Why does nobody know anything about Hestophus? They say he's on the west side of town, but I don't know. I feel like I remember going to him and he was on the east. Advertisement. Oh, it's the Satiriel's, her trinkets. Let's see. Warren's house. Guild of Mages. There he is. You know, in Oblivion, did they ever specify exactly why they outlawed necromancy? When they did? Was it because there was a new archmage? Or was there like political maneuvering that caused it?
Emperor, King, and Justice, citizen. If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Gang fights between skeleton and zombie aficionados. Yeah. Hello, Lodorio. Outlandish heresy. It doesn't surprise me that the Tribunal Temple would have some grievances with my trade, but I'm quite surprised that they sent someone all this way to reprimand me. May I ask, what have I done specifically to earn this visit? Specifics don't matter. Necromancy is categorically against temple law. You've offered your services to native dark elves. What you're doing is heretical and evil. Truth be told, I don't think what you're doing is bad. Well, if that's the case, then I must respectively ask you to leave. You've offered your services to native dark elves. They outlawed necromancy, but you could still summon zombies. Well, somebody explained that the zombies that you summon in Oblivion are actually just Daedra that look like the undead. You're not actually raising the dead. You're just raising something that looks dead. What's the in-game sound that's playing right now? Hold on. Is that unique music? For this guy specifically? That'll hold up in court, I'm sure. Well, I mean, the mages are fine with it. Because you're not actually resurrecting a body. You're summoning something from Oblivion. I do not discriminate. I offer my services to the natives and outlanders alike. However, perhaps the temple will be pleased to hear that only a handful of dark elves have ever sought my help. The temple, it would seem, still holds a monopoly on death in this province. It's one of those singing shrines? Oh. I swear I've never heard this before. It's like the whispering in the ancestral tombs. Ooh, weird. Is it a base game thing? I don't think I've ever come across something like that. You're disrespecting the temple with your words. It's modded. Yeah. Thank you, Caw Marine, for the prime.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Oh, that took a minute. If you want to abandon necromancy, this will end in bloodshed. Are you seriously trying to threaten me with violence? Because we both know that such threats are empty. The temple has no jurisdiction here. I am protected by the law of the Emperor and his legions. The art of necromancy is legal in Old Ebonheart. the Ordinators would never make it through the gates. It is an interesting thing that the Dark Elves don't like necromancy, except for when they do. But like just the regular humans are like, yeah, sure, play with corpses. That's fine. Seems the big no-no of necromancy is storing someone's soul in a black soul gem. It's interesting because before Oblivion, black soul gems didn't exist. You just couldn't soul trap humans. Or elves or whatever. But there's a Mages Guild quest where you have to rescue someone, quote-unquote rescue someone, who's been trapped in a soul gem. And it's just a regular grand soul gem. I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating a fact. The temple will come after you. If that's the case, then it only strengthens my resolve not to yield to the temple's demands. I do not fear death, and I refuse to be intimidated by a cult of ignorant zealots. You can tell that to whoever it is who sent you here. Now I must respectively ask you to leave me to my work, and get the hell out of my home. Like I said, necromancy is perfectly legal. Oh, we can try again. Okay. It's against temple law. Old Ebonheart, I don't have to recognize temple law. It's disrespectful to the temple and to Morrowind's ancient traditions. I hope you believe me when I say that I sincerely don't mean to offend the temple or disrespect its beliefs. I hold no ill will against the temple. In fact, in many regards, they have my utmost respect. I have many friends in the temple. That being said, we obviously have a deep ideological disagreement about the practice of necromancy. It's a gap that can't be bridged, I'm afraid. You are headstrong. You should respect the temple. Alright, listen. Perhaps we can reach a compromise. What if I stopped offering my services to native Dunmer and only served apostates and outlanders? Do you think that would be acceptable? Fine. Good. I'm glad. What's the singing shrine? Spooky.
Hello
Stealing
there.
his shoes.
How are you?
Please, go ahead, Outlander. I'm listening.
I brought you the necromancer's soul. It's also a scroll of hellfire. Yeah, they mention hell a lot in... I don't think they ever say hell in Skyrim, but I think they say it in Oblivion as well. What in Oblivion is that? You're back. Well, are you finished? Have the heretics been dealt with? Yes. So, Sir T.L. has agreed to stop spreading lies about the Tribunal and the Daedra. That's good. As for Hastophus Velifer, it is good that you reached a compromise with him. At least now he'll leave our followers alone, though I do wonder if that is enough to appease the Ordinators. You've done excellent work nonetheless, Acolyte. Let me know when you're ready for new duties. I've received a letter from Roadir. Lord Induril Ilvi asks us to spread his words of wisdom to the common Velothi here in Almasthir. Perhaps you can help me. Lord Induril Ilvi has written me saying that in these troubled times he hopes that the temple is doing everything in our power to remind the common Velothi in Almasthir that their foremost duty in life is to serve the Tribunal. His letter came with a supplement of proverbs penned by the good Lord himself, which he hopes we will preach to the locals. Now I've reviewed all the proverbs. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with them, but I don't know, Acolyte. They make me uneasy. Uneasy how? Well, listen. Listen to this one, for example. The false scales are imbalanced. The truth will tip them over. A fine aphorism, one might say. But doesn't it seem to berate House Hlalu? Depends on how one interprets it. Couldn't have said it better myself. Interpretation is key, Acolyte. We will do as Indral Ilvi asks. There is no reason to antagonize him. I would like you to hand out these proverbs to the local Velothi. However, if you're asked to explain what the proverbs mean, I want you to be as neutral as possible in your interpretation. You might also want to show these to Hetman Lothro. She knows the minds of the common folk better than I do. Proverbs equal propaganda? No. Advancement? Nope, not yet. A random noble is writing proverbs. Ah, but you see the nobles of House Induril are very devout. Which makes them... etc. I wonder if kids learn to read... oh, excuse me. I wonder if kids learn to read better by playing this back in the day. Considering half the words aren't English, I don't know.
We are blessed, truly blessed. This is an honor.
Loris Dallin thinks that these proverbs are Indral propaganda. Hogwash. Everyone knows that Indral Ilvi is both a wise and pious man. He cares for the Velothi, and his words are clearly meant to comfort and enlighten us. It's not my place to second-guess the motivations of a priest of the temple, but I can't help but wonder if Loris Dallin is a secret Hlalu sympathizer. Get the brown shirts. Anyway, go ahead and spread these proverbs. Interpret them as you see fit. Who do I talk to? Just random folk?
Is there something you need?
The temple has words of wisdom for me, written by Lord Ilvi. Let's hear them. A house built on stolen land crumbles. It's built on a house. It's the house built on ancestral land that thrives. The false scales are imbalanced. The truth will tip them over. What does it mean? You can interpret it in any way you wish. Search for the meaning within.
Happy to help. What's your problem?
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
I can't tell them all the same thing. One cannot bow to the Empire without turning their back to the three, on the three. I hear you, but I don't quite understand what it means. The Emperor lives far away. What does it have to do with me? It means we shouldn't forget that we're subjects of the Tribunal first. Okay.
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
Envy not the rich man. His wealth offers no shelter from the storm, says the rich man. Yes, Lord Ilvi is right. He is truly blessed with wisdom. The Hlalu are wicked and greedy beyond measure. Wealth beyond measure, Outlander. The Induril are the true defenders of the faith. I'm sure Lord Ilvi is not rich at all.
Go ahead.
Time to talk? I have a few minutes.
Not as rich, yeah. It's like when people say money can't buy happiness. Like, I'm pretty sure rich people said that so poor people wouldn't feel so bad about being poor. I'm gonna be honest. Money can make you pretty happy. Security and comfort? What? That can't buy you happiness. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy ice cream. Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to Almasthir, good pilgrim.
Where's the last Velothi I have to talk to?
Is there something I can do for you?
I'm happier crying in a Mercedes.
You walk Velov's path. That is good. Welcome to
Oof.
Almasthir, good pilgrim.
Good for the Empire, good for all, eh, citizen?
Whatever you want.
Was it you?
May I help you?
Do I have no more words of wisdom? I have one more. I was built on stone, land crumbles, da 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 da. Oop.
Is there something you need?
I've got a few minutes if you need something, friend.
Go ahead, Outlander.
Who else do I have to talk to about this?
I'm not busy now. What do you need?
Do you want something from me?
Is there a fourth vendor? Maybe it's Samsi?
Is there something you need? What do you...
Hmm. Velothi is just a fancy term for Dunmer, right? Like Dunmer worshippers of the Tribunal? Is that what it is?
Happy to help.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
So who's the fourth one I have to give this to? To you, perhaps? Yeah. Temple, word, wisdom, yeah, ancestral lands. Means that you should honor your ancestors and never forget your roots. Those who are treacherous like the Hlalu have forsaken their ancestors. Lord Ilvi is implying that the Hlalu are wicked. We'll do the first one. Never forget your roots. Remember where you came from.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
How can I help you?
What are you doing here? Handed out all the proverbs, and from what I've heard, you didn't make it seem like the temple was on the side of either of the great houses. Thank you for remaining neutral in this matter. Take these potions as a reward for your duty. Now we have an urgent matter in our hands. As you probably saw on your way in, there are Induro foot soldiers at our door. Did not see it. I teleported. They are here for Calatia. She needs our help. It seems that Jalarindo decided to go behind the temple's back in a misguided attempt to seek justice. I mean, in his defense, she tried to kill him. He has contracted Commander Silsi and told her how Calatia unwittingly poisoned him. The Induro reacted to this by trying to illegally detain Calatia. She narrowly avoided capture and sought refuge with us. The Ordinator stationed at the door is holding the Induro foot soldiers off. but tensions are rising. We will not have bloodshed in Almas Thyr. I want you to resolve this conflict peacefully. Why are we protecting Calatia? Because she sought sanctuary from the temple, she has renounced whatever deluded Western spirits she used to worship and is now a faithful follower of the Tribunal. Moreover, she rightfully fears for her life. A faithful follower of the Tribunal, I doubt it. Because she sought sanctuary from the temple. Oh, no. Question her if you like, if you think her faith is fraudulent. Whatever. We are now Eric the Adept.
Praise Vivek.
Look at these doofuses. We have orders to arrest Calatia. Surrender her to us and no one gets hurt. Well, except for her, of course. You will be given a fair trial, after which you will be shot. Hello, Will Run. We got our orders to arrest her from Commander Silsey herself. She authorized us to use force if necessary. You are disrespecting the temple law. I beg your pardon, Outlander. We don't mean to disrespect the temple. We're just following the commander's orders. Okay, it doesn't matter if you mean to. You're still doing it. I like the Ashlanders because of the chill wood chimes that play at their camps. I hate those. That would drive me nuts if I had to live in the Ashlander camps for several reasons. Not just because of the wind chime sounds, but that's definitely part of it. You can either leave and live or stay and die. No. I will negotiate with your commander. Very well. Commander Silsey can be found in the northern lighthouse on the east bank.
Welcome to Almas Thyr. Water and stone pilgrim. Truly thankful.
Happy to help.
Getting free blessings is nice. Water is truth in Dunmer culture. Yeah, it's the face of water. Yeah, Vivek's water face. But he's a liar. And he says that his water face is truth. So, like... So maybe water isn't truth. I believe him in this case, but what if he said that water is truth when he wasn't wearing the face of water?
Is there something you need?
You're interrupting my meditations, Outlander. I hope you have good reason for doing so. Stolen Indero helm. Larvin Barrand is planning to steal an Indero helm from a local shopkeeper. He's on his way to the shop right now. If that's so, I'll dispatch the guard immediately. We've captured Oh, I just sold somebody out. As you said, he was attempting to steal the Indero helm. He's to be sentenced at Roadir's illustrious Hall of Judgment after 2 days. You should go there and serve as a witness. Ensure the thief sees justice for his crimes. You snitch. What is this email? Wow, that was very delayed. Okay. Why the temple would harbor an outlander Hlalu agent is beyond me. I have ordered my soldiers to arrest her and bring her here for questioning. No matter what you say, you will not change my mind. Who gave you the order to arrest her? I'm the commander here, and I made the decision to arrest Calatia on my own. Lord Indral Ilvi doesn't know about this, then. No, he does not. But I'm sure that his illuminated grace wouldn't disapprove of my decision. What you're doing is tantamount to starting a house war. Are you sure he wouldn't disapprove? You clearly don't know Indral Ilvi as I do. I'm done talking. Leave now. But what if we said something else? Oh, nope, that's it. All right, well, let's go to court real quick.
Is there something?
Maybe we can get a reward for snitching on that guy. Like, what's the point of snitching if you're not going to get something out of it? The true Dunmer way. He's in Roa Deer. Is that what they said? We'll probably have to go back to Roa Deer. Or we'll probably have to go to Roa Deer after we talk to What's Her Face, and then talk to Ilvi. So we'll do that first.
We are blessed, truly blessed. This is an honor.
Perhaps you should go see Jaller Indo. You could persuade him to forgive Calatia. It would weaken the Indral's claim that she needs to face their brand of justice. The blacksmith is likely bitter, so convincing him won't be easy.
Welcome
I mean,
to Alma's Ear, good
this isn't like simple assault. This is attempted manslaughter. You can't just be like, I don't want to press charges. Like, I don't think the... Dunmer are weird.
Yes, Outlander. What do you want?
Glad the Indral took her crime seriously. She could have killed me with that damn powder. I want justice. Justice? Is there a way you could forgive her? I can't believe you're asking this of me. Forgive her? Why should I? If the Indral foot soldiers won't back down, there will be blood. You could prevent it. This is not justice. This is vengeance. You cannot dictate what the temple does. Calatia would suffer horribly at the hands of the Indral. Hlalu might come after you if something happens to Calatia. They won't back down. If they won't back down, there'll be blood. Are you trying to make me feel guilty? The temple could also prevent the bloodshed simply by handing over Calatia without a fight. Why wouldn't you do that? You cannot dictate what the temple does. Know your place. Oh, I know my place all too well. I'm but a lowly Velothi, and I've followed the temple's teachings and laws all my life. I've never complained, never made any demands until now. I demand justice. This is not justice. This is vengeance. This is madness. And then he kicked me in a pit. Call it vengeance, then. I want it nonetheless, whatever it's called. She has to be punished. The Hlalu might come after you if something happens to Calatia. No, they won't. They won't dare. House Indra will protect me, even if the temple won't. Well, the Hlalu's not protecting Calatia. I should be able to say that. You disrespect the temple with your words. And you disrespect everything the Tribunal stand for with yours. You coward. You outlander. The Indral are the only ones in this land to whom I can turn to. Okay, that's an extra 2. It should just be to whom I can turn. Has the House of Troubles claimed your soul? No, you're wrong. My faith in the three is as strong as ever. The House of Troubles has no hold over me. Simply want the temple to recognize that I've been terribly wronged and the guilty party to get her punishment. I won't argue with you about this anymore. Please leave me alone. Can I buy some stuff?
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
Jailer Indo refused to forgive Calatia. Well, it doesn't surprise me. The Velothi are lowly by nature. Okay. They have a lot to learn about the high virtue of forgiveness. However, maybe you could negotiate with Commander Silsi at the Indro garrison in the Northern Lighthouse. I was just there. I also remember that you delivered a letter to Indral Danvis in Roadir. Do you have a good rapport with the young lord? Could be inclined to do you a favor and order the soldiers to stand down if you did. We may just.
Yes.
To Roadir. I'm not sure Calatia will be alright. These are all desperate options. Nah, she'll be fine. And if she's not, I don't really care.
I'm not busy now. What do you need?
Ugh. Wow. I swear every stream I'm yawny. Let's appeal to the Indra warlord for forgiveness. Yeah. I mean, if you can't expect forgiveness from a warlord, who can you expect it from? Literally anyone else? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Get it. We're doing that much damage. There we go. I didn't want to use a potion. Really does look cool from the distance. The Indral architecture. Who is this? Cross the water? What? Okay. These freaking stairs. Yeah, we'll go to the Hall of Judgment first.
I will listen, Outlander, but make it quick.
Oh, they said Hall of Judgment? Yeah, Hall of Judgment after 2 days.
Yeah.
Barter, what do you sell? What have you? Okay, we're not part of the house, so we can't get anything. Oh, can we join House Enduro? Do they have a quest line?
We greet you warmly.
Interesting. Black Hand Hall, Statesman's Hall. Hall of Judgment. Okay, it's over there. Ow. Coldham? What's Coldham? I barely know him. Ooh. Feels like we're gonna see Mr. House.
Yes, Outlander. What do you want?
May I help you?
Your Book of Passing. Trapdoor. Sanctum. Beds. Sermon.
Is there something you need?
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
I could kill that Gwar.
Oh,
Those boots are
ooh.
ruined.
Loot. Daedric Shield. And a glass poison sword. Is there a way for me to grab this? Probably not. They placed her here specifically to keep you from being able to take the stuff. Clever Dunmer. Oops.
Oh, it's you. Happy to help. Can I help you? What's your problem? Is there... Is there something I can do for you?
There'll be a hearing in Roadir's Hall of Judgment. Maybe the hearing is in that main room. With the book.
Yes?
It's faster to jump out a window than it is to walk down the stairs. Maybe this is where the hearing is? That would make the most sense to me. Yes. And this is probably the holding cell.
Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain.
Yes. It's a pretty nice holding cell. If that's probably not actually a holding cell. There was sapphires in there. They wouldn't put those there.
Outlander,
I'm
what do you
listening.
want?
Perhaps you're not aware of the recent events. Harvey Barrand was arrested just west of the Almasthere's Market Bridge, having made a visit to Anne Mollette's shop earlier. The guards saw him toss something into the water as they caught up with him. There was no trace of on his person or in the shop of the Indorel helm, which was taken from an ancestral tomb belonging to a well-known family in Almalexia. Do I use Wabbajack or Vortex? Neither. I just install the mods directly into OpenMW. How did the Fargoth hunt go yesterday? Well, if anything, he was hunting us. We were also very small. Oh my god, man. I need to get better sleep. He asked me to steal it, but I refused. Oh, what concerned me the greatest is that Harvin was fleeing to the west. If his intentions were to return the Helm of Verity to the Indoril, or even keep it for himself, he would have no business heading out of town that way. In his opening statement, Harvin denied any goal of entering Hlalu lands. He says he fled out of fear in no particular direction and will not repent. Now, do you have anything to add that I may consider in my sentencing? Why wouldn't he repent? What was he like? Just he only wanted the helm to keep it from Madril, not to deliver it to the Hlalu. Theft is theft. What's worse, you prove that he had no intention of returning the helm to its rightful owner. Oops. Let me persuade him to repent. Succeed at this, and Harvin will be given a task to help him start a new life free of sin. May he be granted Aralor's intervention in the end. I won't do it. I didn't even commit the crime. Please, you have to give the Indoril evidence to prove my innocence. But if he stole the helm, it's too late for that. Repent and you'll be forgiven. Fine, yes, you're right. It's the best option I have right now, isn't it? He takes a slow breath in. I am a thief, a fool who went too far to stop his brother and broke Amsivi's sacred laws. I see now that I have made a bad decision, and I hope that my brother and my family, and the family I stole from, can forgive me. From this day forth, I will follow Saint Aralor, he who will guide me away from sin, to a life blessed by the three.
Is there something I can do for you?
Then they break his neck. I task you with a pilgrimage to Saint Aralor's monastery in Rothroren. Oh, speaking to Harvin. Path lies just north of Manan. Good luck, Harvin. So is that?
I'm so hungry. I could eat a rat.
I'll give you something, but nothing I own is a fitting gift. Find me at the monastery, and I may have something for you by then. I will probably reach there in a few days. Thanks for helping me, rat.
3 blessings, Sarah. Yes, Outlander. What do you want? What do you want? Is there something I can do?
All right, now we gotta go talk to who's his face. Danny, Indoril Danvis. He was in the lamp crossing lamp, something. Because he's a moth.
Yes, Outlander, what do you want?
What's that she said? We'll never know. Water breathing. What do all these symbols mean? They just... Oh, there's an O. Maybe it says row a deer. In a weird way. Yeah, crossing of lamps.
Yes, Outlander.
I wouldn't think the TR team just put random stuff on banners. No, you're probably right. I'm curious what it says. I mean, there are banners like that There are banners like that in the main game. Oh, paralyzed. Death grip. I've seen footage.
Is there something you need?
Is there something I can do for you?
He was downstairs.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely.
Do my father make it quick? There are countless matters that require his attention. Calatia. Commander Silcia has ordered her men to capture a Hlalu agent, who asked sanctuary from the temple. What do you want me to do about the situation? Order the Indral soldiers to stand down, so violence can be avoided. I see. When I asked you about the problem of a good death, you offered me your advice. For that favor, I'm willing to help you. I will send word to Commander Silci that this Hlalu minion is to be left alone. Capturing her is not worth the blood that would be spilled. You should go and tell the soldiers that they have been ordered to disperse. Excellent. It's good to have friends in high places.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
Praise Vivek.
Indral Danvis has ordered us to stand down and leave Calatia in peace. All right, we'll do. All right, we'll do as the young lord says. Goodbye. What? And they vanish.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
ESO is not canon, but Tamara rebuilt is. There, I said it. ESO's canon. I'm sorry. But yeah, Tamara rebuilt feels very. Like it's technically not canon, but it feels like it is. Keep getting voicemails from this stupid tax warehouse, whatever. It's really annoying. I already filed my taxes. Stop talking to me. The Indral foot soldiers have left. You handled the situation very well, Adept. Here's a scroll to reward your good work. I will refer this matter to the Office of Intercession. They will contact both the great houses and try to ensure that this unfortunate business is finally put to rest. I will make sure to mention your name to Major Domo Andor Orothi and let him know that your skills of diplomacy were instrumental in diffusing the situation. Now about your duties. They're trying to get you as a client for tax planning. You're right. I don't even know what it is. It's always the same. It's a robocall, but it's like a robocall that's clearly been recorded in like a call center. Because it always starts out the same because it's like background like shuffling and like chatter. Background noise, you could say. But like it's not the tax people, it's like it's not the IRS that's calling me. It's like it's what I assume is a scam. The background noise is fake, it simulates legitimacy. Yeah. It makes it seem like it's an actual. Well, it's weird because it just sounds like it makes it sound like a call center. I feel like if I got an actual call from the IRS, it would be very I don't know. I assume the IRS building. I mean, first of all, I don't think the IRS actually calls people. But if I did get a call from them, I would expect the agent who's calling would be in like their own, not their own office, but in like an area that's like not as, I don't know, rambunctious, as chaotic. You know, I feel like I wouldn't be able to hear other people talking. It's annoying, though, because they keep calling me. I assume they're going to stop calling, like, on the 15th. About your duties. As it happens, I have no further duties for you. However, Eileen Telleth, in the Office of Intercession, has asked to speak with you. It is a great honor to be working for the Major Domo's office. Adept, make me proud. That's why if you get a call and someone's like, oh, here's a problem, we're your bank and this is a problem, or we're a so-and-so and there's an issue with this thing. The thing that you should do, either don't answer it, or just be like, oh, thanks for letting me know. And then you call your bank yourself and then verify, because at least then you know who you're talking to. You know, an incoming call can come from anyone, but an outgoing call, you know where it's going. Best thing to do is nothing. Definitely don't talk to them because they can record your voice and use to make an AI clone. Yeah, I've heard of that too. That's why I've basically, we're gonna create, or we have like a code word. So like if somebody in the family receives a call from me asking for money, if I don't know the code word, then it's obviously fake.
Is there something you need?
And in reverse, you know, so we have like a special word.
Count only the happy hours, Adept.
Ready to work for the Office of Intercession? Good. However, before I give you any duties to perform, we need to talk about Chloris Dallin. Yes, your former superior. We have received some letters about her. The writers of said letters have expressed their concern that she's not... How should we put this? She's not entirely impartial when it comes to the conflict between House Induro and House Hlalu. Given the recent events, I feel obliged to find the truth of the matter. You know Chloris Dallin quite well, wouldn't you say? How do you view her? Do you think she favors one house over the other? I don't know. She just told me to deliver a letter to a guy. I don't know. Come now, Adept. You're not deaf. You're not blind. Think about what she's said and how you've seen. You must at least have a hunch. Does she seem to have a favorite great house? I don't know. Two-factor authentication for your family. Yeah. She has no favorites. Really, that's not what I've heard. It's been brought to my knowledge that she's been inclined to take the side of House Hlalu. Judging by the things that have happened, I don't think they're completely unfounded. It's a shame. A temple priest shouldn't choose sides like that. Well, you've answered my question. Are you ready for your duties? Why do they assume she sides with Hlalu? I've received a letter from Sarenthul. They require our aid. It is a temple infirmary dedicated to Saint Seren, where pilgrims rest to heal their wounds from their journeys, and ordinators rest from their injuries from combat. Alv Hletros, the healer in charge of the infirmary, has written to me requesting our aid. Go there and help him. Sarenthul is located north of here on the eastern side of the river, just a mile east of Old Ebonheart. Help the Hlalu assassin get away? No, we delivered a letter for her, didn't we? Isn't that what happened? Wait, who is she talking about? Oh no, Loris. Oh, I was thinking of the other lady, the one who had us deliver the letter.
You walk well.
Happy to help.
Getting Dunmers confused. So where's Serenthul? North of Amos there, a mile east of Old Ebonheart. Okay, what is a mile? Uh-oh. Ooh, almost died. Induro is more pious and engaged with the temple than the Halalu, so the temple higher-ups are more biased towards the Induro. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But who brings in more money? I'm worried my daughter might be an ash slave. She keeps moving and rearranging furniture. Rearranging chairs. Any advice on what to do? Probably look for an ash statue in her room. Greetings, orcs. Come to pay respect to Lord Malakath? Nope. But I'm intrigued. Door to Hadrum Nibibi. Hadrum Nibibi.
Citizen.
Circle strafe until she's low on magicka. Wait until the shield drops. Communication is important. Ask her if she's an ash slave. Skeletal minion for 60 seconds. Cool, cool. Such a good amulet, it turned the guy wearing it into a skeletal minion himself. Ask her how she honors the 6th house in the tribe unmourned. If she just makes a weird noise, she's probably an ash slave. Uh-oh. Seventh barrier ring. That didn't do anything. Still took a bunch of damage. I have nothing that heals me? Here we go. Get him. Get him, bone boy. Get him, boner. There we go. Good job. I wonder what it would cost to have a constant effect Greater Bonewalker with us. Bone walkers are ugly. They weird me out. It's rude. Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it. SMH my head. Plan fear. Back here. Get back here. Where do you think you're going? Or what? I'll hurt its feelings? Well, then it'll hurt you. In your actual feelings. Which are the things that, like, make you feel. Physically. You never know when you open the shower curtain if there's going to be a bone lord behind it. Bone walker. So your best bet is to always assume there is one. And be nice. Oh my god, the same friggin' scam likely.
You in.
Oh, now you? What is a Bone Lord? I think a Bone Lord is similar to the Bone Walkers, where they're a conglomeration of bodies. Made a mysticism-focused character and use Absorb Health and Absorb Magicka to offset the cost. Where did you get Absorb Magicka? As far as I'm aware, that's only on the Mesa Moloch Ball. Might have been from a mod. Yeah. What am I looking for? Seren? Serenthul? Monastery of Seren? The Monastery of Seren. So, we're gonna go to Tarthiad and find elves. Serenthul. Oh, that's like right next to Ebonheart. Hello, Freya. It's not just the Mesa Moloch Ball, there's also the Scroll of Mana Rape. Yeah, but I meant like a spell that you could actually cast. Like it's only available on items as enchantments. I live near the town called Frankenstein that inspired the book. It's now called that. I can't pronounce that. If I ignore all the diacritics, Zabko... I'm not even... You know what? Never mind. I assume that's Polish. Slasky. Yeah, Poland has a lot of, or the Polish has a lot of the marks. At least certainly compared to English. English has none. Except on like maybe 2 words where it's like, oh, this one's from French. It's not fiancé, it's fiancé. And maybe Renee. And naive. Yeah. Yeah, they have the little dots above the I. It looks like an umlaut, but I think it's technically not an umlaut because it doesn't do the same job. It exists there to distinguish it from like a word like knave. It's like, oh, the I is pronounced. It's to separate out the A and the I. Yeah. I wonder why it uses an umlaut look instead of like an accent mark. I wonder where that decision came from. If it's not a Daedric ruin, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce it. English needs an orthography reform that make it so you know how to pronounce things. The problem with that is that there'd still be no way of determining exactly how things should be spelled. You know, how is that supposed to be spelled? It really depends who you ask.
Is there something I can do for you?
Duke of the Alvalethros. Wait, so we should spell feudal like this? Now it looks Icelandic. Like that volcano. We need more letters for sounds not covered. The problem is that some accents don't pronounce the sounds the same way other ones do. So I say feudal, but somebody from the UK might say futile. So it's different. And so you can't like, oh, why can't we spell all the words correctly? It's because there's no one way of spelling them. The point of written language isn't for phonetics. That is true. You said feudal. Well, yeah, but that's just how it's pronounced in American English. Resistance is feudal. Or like minute. They were saying feudal And for a sec, I was like, what does futile have to do with feudal? Yeah, but in American English, feudal and feudal, they're pronounced the same. Feudal and feudal. The feudal system is feudal. Or, I don't know. Levare Uvelar has escaped. She is an ordinator of war, but went mad after stumbling into a cursed trap set by heretics, and now she's escaped. I don't think she's made it very far. She must be somewhere close to the infirmary. I just hope she hasn't fallen into the gorge. Find her and bring her back. Be careful, Eric. She's not armed or particularly aggressive, but please don't upset her. Her mind is wounded. Take these scrolls in case you need to calm her down. Italian is really nice. You can learn how to pronounce everything in an hour. You know, it's funny because even in languages, there's even variety in like a language like Spanish, which is incredibly phonetic. There's even some variety there where it's like you probably could spell it differently if you really wanted to. You know, some countries will pronounce like the double L slightly differently. It's like a J sound or it's a Y sound, you know. I mean, it's obviously, I guess I can't really say because one, I can only fluently speak one language. But if you don't, English seems, if you don't care about writing or reading, it seems like it wouldn't be as difficult as some other languages to learn. Only because there aren't a whole lot of like there's no like structure or maybe that's not the right way of saying it. There's no word endings. We got a level: strength, intelligence, personality. The rules on articles in English are insanely complicated. Articles in English, there's the. Like there's no declensions, there's no there's some conjugation, but the conjugation in English is super simple. It's like add an S sometimes.
You afraid? You should be.
Depends on your first language. That is true.
Come at me if you dare.
Yeah. I think it's most... Oh, hello. I think it mostly comes down to me... Like, whenever I had to learn other languages, it's always like, okay, so we have these conjugations for each, you know, the first person, second person, third person, singular, plural. We have these declensions for the nouns. You have to match the adjectives with the case of the noun that it's modifying, and it's just like all these endings and stuff. You gotta chop off this thing, add these other things, and if it's a word from this category, it has to have a different ending. There's these noun genders, and English is just noun. What's the ending? No. If there's more than one, sometimes you put an S at the end. Sometimes an ES. Some words are a little weird where there's a little, like ox becomes oxen, but that's like, those are some exceptions. But I suspect a lot of languages have that. Have like variable endings and stuff. So maybe it's easier for people who speak those languages to learn other ones. But it just seems so overwhelming to me. It's like, how do you keep all that in your head? Lots of irregular verbs, though. A lot of the irregular verbs in English are also irregular in every other language. Like to be, to go, you know. The rules when you don't drop the articles are insanely complex in English. When do you drop articles in English? Okay, so we need to find this lady. Said hopefully she didn't fall in the gorge, but that makes me think she did. Oh, we got a Juve raid. Hi, everyone. We're looking for a lady who's been cursed by something, and she may have fallen into a ravine. We're also talking about how complicated other languages are, if you're an English speaker. Because, like, conjugation, what? I don't want to conjugate, I just want to put an S at the end of a word. There's my conjugation. But apparently there's some weird stuff with article dropping in English that I'm not aware of. I'm trying to think of an example of, which the person probably posted an example of it, but it got missed. It got, like, pushed by all you raiders. Thanks, guys. Damn you all. So how was the stream? You still collecting cheese? Why do you say days of the week and not days of week? Why the? It's not one specific week you're asking about? I guess. I think it's almost always I think you always use an article. In most situations in English. When mad after stumbling into a cursed trap set by heretics. Hope she hasn't fallen into the gorge. Find her and bring her back. Lavari Uvelar. We don't say on the Tuesday, we say on Tuesday. Well, I believe it's because Tuesday is a proper noun. I think proper nouns typically don't have articles. Mad Ordinator. Leave Serenthul east. Rope bridges. Okay, so she's not in the gorge. Although I will say, though, and this might be the case in other languages, if you put in articles or drop articles incorrectly, people are still going to understand you. Can the same be said about, like, if I mismatch declensions in German? I don't know. I still don't know how to understand. I still don't fully understand how to use articles. That's a thing I've never even heard of, it being an issue. Now I'm trying to think of what... Do other languages not play around with articles the same way? Headlines often say Florida man does X, not a Florida man. Well, headlines aren't a good example because headlines typically drop words for brevity.
I don't know where to begin. It is such an honor to meet you.
Florida man is a concept. Florida man is a proper noun. You don't need an article. But like, I assume, like, I've heard that like with Spanish, if you mismatch gender agreements between adjectives and nouns, people aren't really gonna, like, they'll still understand you. So I assume similar is true for like German, which has more complicated endings. But I don't know. I think probably the hardest thing about learning English would be how lazy a lot of the vowels are in English. Because a lot of vowels just get replaced with in like 90% of words. You're not a god, but you will be in my dreams. Return to the infirmary. What's that? You want me to pick you up and throw you down into the gorge? Yep, that's what I said. Now hurry up and throw me. What an unusual and horrible request. Now why would I want to do that? You see, I wonder what my body would sound like slamming against those rocks. That's why. It would probably sound something like crunch splash. Bones breaking, blood splattering everywhere. Beg your pardon, but that'd be insane. Are you sure you want that? Actually, what I really want is for you to return to the infirmary. I don't know. It sounded an awful lot like you wanted me to throw you into the gorge. You should have your tongue checked. It's clearly playing tricks on you. You're right, there's something wrong with my tongue. Is this a pickup line? Oh no, what do you think it is? I don't know, it feels funny. I'm not an expert, but may I take a look at it? Go ahead. You open your mouth, and she peeks inside. There are a few words with completely different meanings depending on the article. Das Korn is a grain. Der Korn is a type of booze made from grain. The wrong article sounds super weird, though. But I know in English, if you throw the article in... I can't think of an example where forgetting an article or adding an article would make it unintelligible. The only thing that would make it weird is if you say the instead of or instead of the, because one implies specificity and the other one implies non-specificity. That could be a little weird.
This is the end of you,
Whoop.
Swit!
I have some bad news. It's evident that you're in fact insane. Your tongue is not normal. It is actually a tiny pinkish slug that's reciting poetry backwards. Oh, I hate when that happens. I suspect this is due to some form of Daedric mischief. But don't worry, I'll rip your tongue out. I'll rip your tongue right out. Just hold still. Okay, we got a scroll specifically for this. Calm down. Ugh.
We are blessed, truly blessed. This is an honor.
My mouth can't make the umlaut sounds. It's so frustrating as an American learning German. Like, I'm really trying to think of I cannot for the life of me think of an article, the situation of an article, besides days of the week. That's an interesting thought, but I don't know. That's what makes articles so hard to learn, because usually dropping them incorrectly or adding them when you shouldn't doesn't change the meaning. Yeah, so it's not a problem. Don't worry about it. Only demons would spit on your face, Eric? Like, would this be a scenario where an article is dropped? Only the demons? I don't know, because the demons would imply you're talking about specific demons. I want you to come back with me to Serenthul. I don't know, it sounded an awful lot like you wanted me to throw you into the gorge. Lavari, your mind is sick. You need to return to the infirmary. I know what I heard. Why are you trying to confuse me? I just want you to follow me. I only follow the Tribunal. Not you, never you. The Tribunal want you to come back to the infirmary. Stop lying. Please, Lavari, follow me back to Serenthul. This is a trick. I know it. You're evil. You're a minion of Molag Bal. You have to trust me.
You will suffer greatly.
Damn it, lady. Oh.
Yes, Outlander. What do you want?
Evacuate the temple. Bavek, it burns.
There is no escape. How are you today?
Hello. Only a demon would spit in your face versus only demon would spit in your face. I'd often forget to put the in the sentence. That's interesting. Well, I know... Yeah, I guess that could be a little quirky. I never thought about it. I guess you wouldn't, as a native speaker. I still don't like... I don't like tenses and verb agreements and all that stuff.
There is no escape. Will this take long? You Enwa!
Yeah, if she attacks me and then follows me back, maybe that'll work. Oh, wait, it's over there. Come on. Is it a or the Inwa, though? It'd be an. Unless you're talking about a specific one. I have trouble hearing individual words in German. Like if someone's speaking too quickly, my brain shuts off. Well, that's not... Where did she go? Did she fall? Oh, this idiot fell. Not being able to distinguish words is a pretty common That's a pretty common thing for new learners of a language. Lotus save, it's easier. Yeah, you're probably right.
Why do you Outlanders think you can bother anyone you please?
Hey. Die the Fetcher. No, it doesn't say die Bart die, it says the Bart the. Oh, get back here. Why are you so fast? Really? Really? Who are you? He's out of here. He's still going. It's like a reverse of that Monty Python bit. My boss always tells me to go on the Google. Oh, I do that ironically. It's the Google machine. The Facebook.
I can already tell I'm not going to like this. Dive!
No.
There is no escape!
Oh my God, why are you so dumb?
This will not go unnoticed. You will be disgraced for this.
No, come on.
Have you?
Ow. Got sucker punched. Yeah, so it seems you need to get quite a bit of distance for them to actually get on the bridge. Now what is she doing? Game is so janky. Lady. Are you suggesting this isn't a perfect game? Never.
You will die! Die!
Skyrim did nothing better than Morrowind.
Die!
It's impossible. I got a crypt walk or corpse walk, whatever that thing was called in World of Warcraft, where you're like tanking something, where you tank a spellcaster and you do like little back steps to get them to like shuffle forward a little bit. Make a short levitate spell. That also messes them up.
Now you die!
Come on. Come on. Psst, 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 psst. There we go. No. Fall again. Yep.
Help! You Enwa!
Set her scale to 10. think if we get far enough into the bridge fast enough, she'll... There we go. Hooray. And where's the infirmary? Here's the dead rat we killed on the way. Here it is.
Do not disturb me.
Oh, she actually walked through the door.
If you insist.
There you go. Hard save.
Oh, it's you. Can I help you?
You found her and brought her back. Excellent news. Eileen Telleth was indeed wise to choose you for this task. Thank you so much, Eric. Take these healing potions as a reward. Is that it? I think that's it. Grab some blessings while we're here. They're free, so there's no reason not to. Scary how easy it can be to say something wrong in English at times. I'm at hospital versus I'm in hospital. You know, it's interesting because even in American English, you wouldn't say it that way. You would say I'm at the hospital or I'm in the hospital. So yeah, I guess the whole article things is a little weird.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Peace Bloom. Same with like university. You know, I'm going to a university as opposed to I'm going to university. Very posh.
May I help you?
Back from Serenthul, I need you to perform some inquisitorial duties in Vis Asanud. Is a temple monastery dedicated to Saint Aralor. We have received reports that the monastery has become a nest of blasphemy and heresy. Oh. The den of violent filth. Or whatever that quote is. The ordinators of war are eager to purge the monastery, and a contingent of them has camped outside the monastery waiting for the order to strike. However, we want to make sure that the monks are indeed guilty before the purge. I need you to go to the monastery, assume the mantle of the Inquisitor, inspect the place, and interrogate its inhabitants. Determine whether or not it needs to be purged, and instruct the ordinators accordingly. I am sure you're already familiar with temple law on heresy, but perhaps these two books will help you. Study them before... Blah, blah, blah. Interesting books, yep, totally. What is the mantle? Is it a mantle like a robe? Or like shoulders? It's a robe. Fortify intelligence, blunt, and destruction. Cool. I wonder if we get to keep it.
Praise Veloth. What brings you to the holy crossing of
3 blessings, Sarah.
I want to find a spell maker. I want to make a
water,
mysticism training spell.
truth, and faith?
Oh, it's you. Can I help you?
This one honors us. Please, speak.
Another weird thing is you say the Rhine or the Thames, but you don't say the Sardinia or the Sicily. Well, it's because...
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a
Well, the
place-
Rhine and the Thames, they're rivers. They're not countries. Thank you, Jenny Spence, for the Prime.
Praise Veloth. What brings
Or
you
states
to
or
the
nations or
holy
however...
crossing
Or
of these?
principalities. I don't know what the specific term would be. For Sicily and Sardinia. autonomous regions. I don't know.
Welcome, friend. We extend you our warm regards.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Why do you say the for rivers but drop them for islands? Well, because I guess a river is more of a thing and an island is a place. I don't know the exact logic. There are some countries that get the in front of them too, which is also weird.
Happy to
Oh,
help.
you
What's your
rat.
problem?
You're so cute.
Under sun.
The Gambia. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Some collections of islands get the. Oh yeah, like the Philippines.
Water, stone.
Oh, it's you.
It gets weird when there's like when it's names of things or like historical geopolitics with the naming schemes. That's because of the plurality. Like how it's the United States, even though US is a country. That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know what the rules for that are.
Is there something you need? Whatever you want. Within reason.
The Gambia is also the river the nation's borders are around. Ah. Like the Congo, because there's the Congo River. Just go to the Mages Guild. And yet we don't say the Hawaii. Even though Hawaii is a bunch of
I
islands.
can spare a few moments if you care to talk.
So good to see you.
How do you do, Dunmer?
Friend? I'm ready for anything.
What shall we
Go ahead.
Don't really have anything for that right now, do I? You like
All right,
summon
I'm
bound
intrigued. Go ahead.
something. Could I cast Command Humanoid on myself?
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Empty Crown. The 9 months. Is this what people call a Twitch baby? Oh, 9 months? Oh, I guess. I've never heard of that. My Twitch pregnancy.
Tidings. The Dunmer wishes to speak?
Can you really distinguish a single mountain from the entire range? Though. So like the Alps, you can't just have one singular mountain from the Alps. Because like what makes one mountain a mountain? Like what distinguishes one mountain
Is
from
there
another?
something I can do for you, Outlander?
Like you could point out peaks,
So good to see you.
I guess. The Matterhorn is a mountain in the Alps, right? Oh, well, never mind. You're right.
Greetings, friend.
Each mountain is their own person. Each mountain has its own sovereignty. Each of the mountains has its own sovereignty.
So good to see you.
Who sells summon bound, like, gloves? Or helmet?
Under sun and sky, Outlander.
What am I doing? We're doing the temple quest line, but I'm trying to find a summon armor spell for conjuration training.
May you find all
I mean, I could summon a ghost over and over again, but they get in the way. Like if you're trying to cast while walking, the ghost gets summoned in front of you, and it's annoying.
Greetings, friend.
So the problem is this, I think this is the only spell vendor here, and you have to be a higher rank to buy from her. Do you sell spells? Oh, you do. But you don't have what I want.
What do you want, Outlander?
What was that?
If you call 911 and one cop shows up, did you call a police or is it the police? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's the police. But it's a police. It's a police officer. Get bound gloves from a book. Hands off, which can be found in the rare bookshop in Necrom. Ugh. I hate how I can't get to Firewatch.
Well
met.
met, Outlander. What
I need to be a higher. I need to be a conjurer to use this guy to teleport to Firewatch. It's weird. Why can't the Mages Guilds just teleport between each other? Why did I come to Old Ebonheart? What am I doing? No, it's let me on Civvy. Take me to Vol? Yeah. So I want to go here. Can't remember the name of this place, but I want to go to that place.
Oh, it's you. Can I help you?
May I help you?
Because I believe we can get summon Greater Bonewalker up there. There's probably closer places to get it, but I know they're there for sure.
Where would
There-
you like to go?
A boat from almost there.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
So hard to navigate. Tamara rebuilt. This must be how people feel when they first play Morrowind. Like, how do I get to Margan? I don't understand. Why can't I just take a Silt Strider from Balmora?
There's someone watching you. I can tell.
You have to take like 5 different Silt Striders to figure out where the hell you're going.
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
In English, you can't tell from the word alone whether it's a noun or a verb or an adjective. The same word can be all three. Well, I think context can help you with that. That's so often in many languages, it's like, yeah, it's the same thing, but context tells you.
I will listen, Outlander, but make it
You know, there's that sentence, buffalo, 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 buffalo. Wait, no. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. No articles.
Excuse
Can
me.
I not take a boat?
Did you say something?
Seriously? The isometric Morrowind was very neat. It was neat. It's a shame it kept crashing. I think you're expecting too much of language. It's not going to give you every single detail about the meaning of a word. Oh no, I know that. I'm not expecting that. I'm saying is that context is king when it comes to language. It's also why writing is, like, you could argue it's like, oh, things are spelled weird, but there's probably more information lost in writing just due to the lack of like intonation and body language as opposed to spelling. You know what I mean?
Greetings. I am at your service.
Get him. Good job. Yeah, teleporting from Ebonheart to Firewatch is dependent on rank, which is stupid. One thing articles do is they highlight nouns. I suppose that's true. I never thought of it that way, but yeah, I guess like they do serve that purpose. Thank you, ACD Arrow. 10 months. Do other languages have a similar feature where you can nounify verbs and verbify nouns just by adding endings? Like, if you want to make something, if you want to verbify something, you just add ify to the end. It's like, oh, now it's verbified. Great. If you want to nounify a verb, you just add, like, ication to the end. The verbification of you can just keep adding endings. Very agglutinative. Oh, took me back to almost there. Damn it. I think you can you make an adjective out of a noun? You add ness. Verbment. The verbing. The verbiting.
May I help you?
And also a thing in English where you can split words in half and add other words to the middle and it still makes sense. You add a Y for adjectivifying. Adjectivification. Why do I keep running out of fatigue randomly? Do I have something that's draining my fatigue? It's the second time that's happened. Like tripping up the stairs. It's weird. A lot of those words are already compound words and easy to split, to be fair. You can do it to any word. Any multiple syllable word.
Where would you like to go?
Well, maybe not. Yeah, I guess it does have to be a compound word.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Hmm. There a boat in Almas there we could take?
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
I mean, there are obviously boats, but can I actually travel with them?
Happy to help. What's your problem?
I feel like that's slightly ironic. No, that's that definitely is a case of the word splitting. Abso-freaking-lutely. Like that. You can't do it with just any word. Well, I mean, yeah, the word that you throw in the middle is supposed to be for, like, emphasis. Or, like, I don't know what kind of, I don't know what category of word it would be. Ab-freaking-so-lutely. Well, no, because that's wrong. It would be abso-freaking-lutely. And I don't know why. I don't know why it's wrong. But it is. It's before the stressed syllable. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that would be it. Can other languages do that?
Happy to help. What's your problem?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, it must be before the stressed syllable. That's interesting. But it's funny because it's like something you don't even it's just something you know if you're a native speaker. It's like the hidden adjective order. The blue big house sounds wrong. Yeah. Unless the blue big house sounds wrong unless you're talking about multiple big houses and you're trying to specify that you're talking about the blue one. So it's like, no, not the red big house, the blue big house. Like, here's a bunch of big houses. I'm talking about the blue one, the blue big house.
What's this all about?
Blue in the bear big house.
Short trip, long trip, you decide. Whatever you want. Within reason.
It still sounds strange to me. What, big blue house? Well, it is strange, but if you're trying to specify. Or you would say the big blue house instead of the big red house. But you could also be like, no, I'm not talking about the red. I'm not talking about the big house that's red. I'm talking about the big house that's blue. I'm talking about the blue big house, not the red big house. Like if big house, because in that context, big house is like a single thing. It's like we're talking about big houses. So big house is, it's two words, but it's like one thing. If there's two sizes of blue houses, you'd stress the big. Yeah. So it's like, well, there's that blue house, and then there's the big blue house. Short trip, long trip, you decide. Why not a short trip, a long trip, you decide? Another mystery. I think that's another case of just laziness. Like if you were to put it in, because that's a sentence fragment, right? Short trip, long trip. But if you were to do a full sentence, be like if you want a short trip or if you want a long trip, it is up for you to decide. Like, you know, you would add the, you wouldn't say if you want long trip, you would need a long trip. Where am I right now? We're in Helnham. I'm gonna go to Firewatch. I wish I could speak another language. I say it so often. I'm so jealous of people who, like, their native language isn't English, and because the world's lingua franca is English, they're kind of like the public schooling for teaching language is like, okay, we got it'd be beneficial if you knew English, so it's like really pushed like since they're kids. But in the States, it's like, we already know English. Why do we need to learn other ones? So the budget isn't there. Why don't you learn a language? Well, that's hard. I can read billboards in Spanish. Like, I guess I'm functionally literate in Spanish, but beyond that. Yeah, I do agree. I think Spanish should be more heavily taught in like elementary school and stuff, but you know, the enrichment that it provides isn't enough.
Hail and welcome. Do you have any news?
Sweet moon sugar. Sarah?
I think the same thing is true in like the UK. It's like they already know English, so it's like, why are we going to teach you other languages? Like, fine, you could take a few years of language in high school.
Interesting. Go on.
Ah, yes. What is it?
I'm not busy now. What do you need?
School's an awful way to learn languages. It doesn't have to be.
Happy to help. What's your problem? Yes?
Probably also helps learning English. There's just so much media in English that, you know, there's all the stories, people being like, I learned how to speak English by playing Morrowind, you know? It's helpful.
I'm listening.
Meanwhile, if I wanted to like play a game in Spanish, it'd most likely be translated from English. So it might not be perfect.
What's your problem?
People in England speak English, not in Liverpool.
Almost didn't see you in all this.
Okay.
I take it you want something. What is it?
He should be here by now.
How much lore has been retconned from Daggerfall? I don't think a lot's been retconned. I mean, some of the specifics, like, you know, oh, Cyrodiil is this way. Or like, you know, these regions are this way. Like the regions we haven't seen yet, the details about them might have changed a bit. But I think Daggerfall is really where like the lore was starting to be solidified. This is such a this is so weird. This is a weird like what's the word? Like atmosphere. What is it? Ooh, spooky. Depends if you count a Dragon Break as a retcon. I don't. Nivalis?
For the right price, I could show you many.
We need to get down here. This looks like a fossil. Looks like a little trilobite. Baramu?
Go
No,
ahead,
not Baramu.
What do you need?
Bal Oira?
Go ahead.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
What do you need?
Teluada?
Whatever you want.
Isn't Owada the name of
Within reason.
that merchant guy from Star Wars?
Yeah.
How do I get to over here? How about the whole Cyrodiil is a jungle? Yeah, that's a bit of a retcon. But it wasn't, not all of it was a jungle. You need to take a river strider? Where's there a river strider?
Yeah.
There's probably one here.
Greetings.
I think the thing that frustrates me the most when people talk about retcons is when it's not actually a retcon they're talking about. Like they just, it's like people will, anything they don't like, any change in a story they don't like, that is like elaboration of a past thing. It's like, oh, this is a retcon. It's like, that doesn't mean it's a retcon.
Whatever you want. Within
Like just because it's new information that we didn't have in the past that's now being revealed to us, that's not a retcon. That's elaboration. Just because you don't like it doesn't make it a retcon. Retcons aren't even necessarily bad. That's also true. Yeah. And like 90% of the lore we get in the Elder Scrolls is from unreliable narrators. As far as we know, the gods might not exist. The planets could just be magical and people just gave them names. How about the stuff about Baron Zaya being actually that was super biased? Here's the real story. But they're both still unreliable sources. We've spoken to gods, Knights of the Nine, etc. Have we spoken to the gods? Well, maybe we didn't speak to the gods. Maybe we spoke to the planets creating magical representations of us, of things in our brain. And the only way for us to understand it is for them to appear as humanoid. Wasn't Nirn just a dream? The whole universe is a dream. We know Lurk and Israel at least. Maybe not. Maybe his heart is just a magical rock that happens to look like a heart. Or maybe it takes on the form of what the beholder thinks it'll look like. Maybe the Elder Scrolls universe isn't actually like 5,000 years old. Maybe it's actually billions of years old.
What's your problem?
Ooh, that's a spooky sound. That's a very Subnautica sound. My favorite is when people trust anything most of the Daedric princes will say. Well, I mean, a lot of times they don't have reason to lie. But yeah, there's a lot of information that I feel like a prince would be able to clarify. And the fact that they haven't means either the clarification is not true, is not understandable by mortals, or is not important. Which is an interesting thought. Do you really think that Daedra is just going to tell you the truth? It depends. Is there a Daedric Prince of Truth? Well, there's an infinite number of princes, so... might be out there somewhere. Maybe that's why they're not in Nirn. Because truth doesn't exist in Nirn. Ooh. Jigalag, maybe? I don't know. He'd lie to you if he needed to. Yeah, I downloaded a mod that's supposed to make some of the FPS more optimized. I think it dynamically changes the view distance based on frame rate. I'm not sure, though. I think that's what it's been doing. Jaguar isn't real, it's just Jigalag plotting while using it as a charade. Ooh. I like the idea that Jigalag wasn't actually cursed by the other princes. That's just how he is. He just thinks he's been cursed by the princes. Because in his mind, it doesn't make sense that the Prince of Order can become so chaotic and mad. So he has to justify it. But that's just part of who he is. He just switches back and forth.
What is it, Sarah?
It's quite crazy, isn't it?
If it's magic you are looking for, you've come to the right place.
And it's not a lie if he says that he was cursed, if he actually believes it. Summon Greater Bone Walker. Yeah. Greater. Oh no, that's just regular Bone Walker. Greater Bone Walker, but not as long. Damn it. Damn it. There we go. Alright, so we gotta go to Vis Asanud. Asanud. Where is Vis Asanud? Let me know if you need directions. Damn it. I didn't ask for directions.
Count only the happy hours.
Sits atop a mountainous island northwest of Amasthir. You can get there by crossing the bridge over to the west side of the river and then walking north through Hlalu plantation land. It's just north of a farmstead called the Rethel House. The dome of the monastery is unmistakable. I just mark it on my map, but whatever. Okay, it's in the river. If I suddenly appeared as a sentient fundamental force of the universe, I'd be pretty confused by myself too.
Water and stone pilgrim, truth and faith.
Yeah. Are there any stuff that integrate the TR stuff into Vardenfell? There's an epilogue after you do the main quest and Tribunal. Pretty neat. Don't like how foggy this is. I mean, like quest and travel. I don't know if there are any TR quests that send you back to Vardenfell. But the mainland guild quests interact with the like they're the same guilds. The mainland guilds and the island guilds are the same rank structure and everything. Do you visit the Khajiit homeland in any games? You can go to elsewhere in ESO. And technically an arena, but I mean, does arena really count? Even the vampire clans? Well, there are different vampire clans in the mainland. Arena erasure. I'd like to get that mod that makes vampirism more feasible. You know, like, if you wear a helmet, they don't know you're a vampire, or if you cast a spell, you can interact with people for 60 seconds before they tell you to piss off. But there are 3 clans on the mainland. But there are, I think, 2 on... No, there are 3 clans in Vardenfell. I think there might be 2 on the mainland. Numera's Cowl and TR has that. Oh. Interesting. Numera's Shroud. Oh, you got a quest from one of the vampires. From the Orlok clan. Are they orc vampires? Problem is you get that like at the end of the quest line. So the vampire factions, we have the Orlok clan and the Baluath clan. The Baluath clan, speed, sneak, illusion, and mysticism, and they get a bonus in ash storms as well. Oh, and they don't take sun damage in ash storms. The Orlok clan is endurance, medium armor, axe, and armorer. So they're more orky, more like orcs. Or you could just go steal it. Oh, so it's just it's not like a quest reward. You just grab it. I think that's my favorite thing about Morrowind. Is that just some items are just out there. If you know where they are, you can get them. You don't gotta do a quest. You don't gotta talk to someone. You just get the item. Is TR mostly like vanilla in terms of atmosphere and setting? It is. It feels as close to canon as a mod could be, which is weird to say because there's technically no canon. Well, I mean, there's ESO, but there's no canon mainland, but it feels super authentic. The same is true for Province Cyrodiil. That stuff so far feels very authentic. I haven't played Skyrim Home of the Nords yet. We will in the future. But I'm sure, I mean, it's the same team who did Province Cyrodiil. I'm sure it feels authentic as well. It surpassed the base game in quality and quantity. Yeah. I mean, objectively, there's more. Like, quantity, definitely. Quality, that's, I guess, technically subjective, but I would argue that just because it's more modern, it's better. Like, the quest design is just feels better.
May you find me welcome, citizen.
Ugh. The Anderthrin Fighters Guild questline was really cool. I did it recently. Like, look at this cave. You wouldn't find something like this in the base game. And I think part of it might be the people working on Tamara Rebuilt and stuff. But, like, okay, so Bethesda had a limitation of, like, time, budget. Time and budget affected the scope of what they were going for. Because I think originally they were planning on doing all of Morrowind. But they couldn't because budget and time. But Tamara Rebuilt, the project, it's just kind of like, we're going to do what we're going to do, and it gets done when it's done. So they can be more, I don't know, bombastic with the scope they go with. You know, also affected the scope, the Xbox. Yeah. So not only now do they have less restriction based on budget, since they have no budget, they're all doing it for free. Time, they have no time crunch because they don't need to ship before Christmas. And the hardware, I mean, there's technically hardware limitations, as there always would be with everything. But it's not an Xbox, so. Start reflecting my suck. What was the point I was trying to make? They can go a bit harder. Oh, they didn't have to go this hard, you know. They could do that. Vampires get a suck spell that's basically guaranteed to cast. That is true. I wonder if the Skywind team, if they didn't care about voice acting, how far along they'd be. I think I've asked this before and somebody gave me an answer, but I don't remember what it is. Like, what's the bottleneck for them? I imagine the voice acting is probably the easiest thing to get done, ironically. Recently noticed Dunmer strongholds are strikingly similar to Zapotec ruins. Zapotec ruins. Oh yeah, I see it. I mean, I think the Dunmer strongholds are supposed to just be kind of your, I don't want to say generic, but like they're ziggurats, you know? Actually, they probably more resemble ziggurats because that's, you know, Babylon, that region, which there's a lot of heavy influence, especially in the names. Like a step pyramid or things like that. A lot of cultures made pyramids. Turns out stacking rocks as a triangle is the easiest way to do it. If it was made nowadays, they would probably use a lot of AI for voicing. Well, they haven't finished all the voice acting, but they've said they weren't going to use AI for the voices. Like, they're pretty adamant about that. Because they could now. I think manpower is generally an issue when it's not a full-time gig. Yeah. But I mean, assuming they had enough manpower, what would the bottleneck, like what's the actual like specific thing? Like the specific work that needs to be done that's the bottleneck. I'm curious. Is Skywind gonna add NPC schedules? I don't know. I think they actually resembles Zapotec architecture more than Middle Eastern, but that could be a coincidence for sure. It might be both. Could be a little bit of both. I know the Argonian architecture in ESO is very, I think it's either Aztec or Mayan. They have ziggurats as well. If they had all the manpower, the bottleneck would be the lack of woman power. Ah, okay. That makes sense.
You talk too much, Outlander.
Speak with Galvenu Telesi. A lot of the stone around Morrowind is gray and black rather than Babylonian area sandstone. Might be part of it. The coloring.
Spit it out or hit the road.
I mean, if you listen to the pyramid conspiracy theorists, they say that all pyramids look exactly the same. But there are similarities between the
I don't have
ziggurats.
a lot of patience for
Do you
questions,
want
Outlander.
something?
wonder if they'll make Aztec-style weapons like the Macuahuitl, but use glass instead of obsidian. So the Aztecs did use they use volcanic obsidian, but in Morrowind, I think ebony is supposed to be kind of like if obsidian were stronger, like if it weren't so brittle. You hear about them finding a whole new area under the Giza pyramids. I've heard that they might just be pillars, but they're not exactly sure what they are yet. Other people obviously being like, "There's a whole city underneath the pyramids." Like, whoa.
Speak, traveler.
Slow down. Made a huge leap. That's why I said area. There's a thing under it. Hey, I respect the hedging of bets. Ugh. Ow. Just punch the ceiling. They found a massive city right next to the pyramids called Cairo. Yeah, I love that picture of somebody took a picture of the pyramids from like a Pizza Hut, like right next to the logo through the glass on the window of a Pizza Hut. So funny how in movies it's like, oh, the pyramids are so far out in the desert when really they're just like down the street. They're just right there. That must be wild to see. Just on your commute. Just, oh yeah, it's 5,000-year-old pyramids. Cool. I'm an inquisitor for the temple. Oh, are we suspected of heresy? I will gladly answer any questions you might have, and you're welcome to look around. You seem strange. Well, we're hermits. I understand why we might seem odd to you, but that's hardly heresy, no? Shrine of St. Aralor. Okay. The shrine appears to be defiled. It will not yield its blessing until why can't I pronounce it? Vis-Asanud has been purified. The shrine just attacked me? Why is the shrine defiled? That is my fault, I must admit. I have been a poor caretaker. I am ashamed of the condition the shrine is in, but I can assure you that it hasn't been purposefully damaged or defiled in any way. Surely being negligent isn't heresy. Maybe it should be. Yeah. Just clock her in the mouth. The cult leader woman, she's crazy. They do unnatural things here. Unnatural. You gotta help me and the boys out.
Whatever you're looking for, I'm sure I don't know how to find it.
On the importance of heresy, that seems... To purge the corners, one must first enter the house. The maxim of St. Ohms. Your slaves told me there was something wrong about this place. That is something one would expect a slave to say, isn't it? They are liars who are trying to win your sympathy, so you might free them. Clever little men. I shall have to punish them for this. But slavery, obviously, is sanctioned by the temple. It is not heresy.
My time is precious, so make it quick. Yes, sir.
You cowardly thief!
Really? Okay, good. I didn't get a bounty for that.
Excuse me, did you say something?
If you took all the stone from the Great Pyramid and made it into a sphere, the Egyptian authorities would be quite mad at you. Ah, well, I'm glad you said that. And I snitched again. Don't worry, we'll kill them before they can punish the slaves. I'm a good temple boy. I gotta be like a Boy Scout. I gotta tell the truth.
Do you want something?
Where's my... Oh, here it is. Hi. A good little priestess she is. Mayrun's Dagon is most pleased. Yes, he who carries the sun's blaze on his shoulders, the most terrible and most beautiful of all the princes of Oblivion. This monastery and all its little mortals inside, it now belongs to him. All the little mortals inside it now belong to him. They have renounced the Tribunal, those so-called gods. Background. I am Visar, Kynreeve of Visasanad. I serve and represent the majestic bringer of destruction that you mortals call Mayrun's Dagon. Oh, he's very forthcoming. Only more friendly than most other Dremora. Oh, we didn't have to pick that lock. That was just... just don't go downstairs. Yeah, yo, what's with the Dremora in the basement?
Traveler.
Can you explain why there's a Dremora here who's saying you served Mayrun's Dagon now? Nosy Inquisitor. Fine. I admit it. We no longer follow the false gods of the temple. They are weak and treacherous. We worship the radiant light of creation and destruction that is Lord Dagon. He will lift us up from this sad earth and carry us on his shoulders. And he has 4. He has promised us that he will flood the Thyr and drown the land, and then build a new and better one for us, his faithful children. Go now. You are unworthy of his blessings. Yeah, well, the last time Mayrun's Dagon tried to attack the mainland of Morrowind, he didn't do too well. I'm over encumbered. Damn it. Bone Lord. Or Bone Walker. Skellyman. Greater Bone Walker. Damn it. Greater Bone Walker. There we go. Mace. Mace. I already have it. Yeah. Get her, boys. Get them all, boys. Oh my god, he didn't kill any of them. You guys suck. I'm stuck. This isn't going well. How am I not dead? Where's that ring? Oh my god, they just keep appearing. Why are there so many of them? No wonder why they sent ordinators. Approaching, ching. Stop.
Your life to me and I will end your pain. You'll pay for that. Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain. You'll pay for that.
Like how that Greater Bone Walker was so helpful.
You will die.
Stop paralyzing me. Actually, I want that staff. It's a blunt weapon. We can use that. My Bone Walker's stuck on the wall. At least step Bone Walker.
There is no escape.
Get him. No. Did it hit me? No. I was just paralyzed. It's paralyzed. I'm paralyzed. What is your recommended level for completing the DLCs? I don't know. Maybe just do the main quest, get Sunder and Keening, and then go to the DLCs, because Sunder and Keening are just really strong to begin with. Okay, well, her strength's been damaged completely. Master Key. Paralyze, drain speed, absorb willpower. It's doable at level 1. I think I saw a video about that somewhere. Can't quite remember where, though. Yeah, I think I saw that too, but the guy who made that video, he's a massive tool. Oh, damn it. What? Oh, I want that. Time for a mace off. It's like a mace window. Get him, boys. Fire damage 5 to 8 points for 1 second and 20 feet. Not bad. It's a great mace. Oh, I hit the slaves. I didn't mean to do that. If the slaves didn't want to get hit, they shouldn't have been there. If the slaves didn't want to die, they shouldn't have been slaves. Are there any more? I just saved them, and now he's yelling at me for stealing moss. Does TR add more to the twin lamps? I don't know. I don't know. It might, when they add more of the House Dres stuff, they might, maybe they'll do a little more with the twin lamps, but I don't know. Like you thought the other houses were all about the slavery. You ain't seen nothing until you seen House Dres. Yeah. There's a Twin Lamps base in the Amon Ashlands. Is this a tunnel the Ordinators made to attack the tower? Yeah, they were busy. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't know why it's constructed like this. I mean, they're supposed to be hermits, so maybe... I don't know. Oh, do I just... Oh, I figured I'd have to talk to the Ordinators outside. Not... Probably just return to Lady.
You want.
Yep.
Within reason.
All they give me is scrolls. I don't care about scrolls. I hear you purge the monastery of Asadud. I know it must have been a heavy choice to make, but rest assured that you did the right thing. We cannot be soft with heretics. You've won the mantle of the Inquisitor well. You've worn the mantle of the Inquisitor well, Adept, and you may keep it. I also want you to take these spell scrolls. Now, I have some more duties for you. Do I have more? Can you advance me? Nope. The conflict between House Induril and House Hlalu rears its ugly head once again. You're needed as a mediator in the shadows, so a house war can be avoided. Ugh. I have reason to believe that Wait. Okay, I guess this is one situation where the article is a little weird. I have reason to believe that two houses are headed for violent confrontation, which needs to be suppressed. Now, you could say the two houses because it's already, like, the context already tells you that we're talking about Induro and Hlalu. However, the conflict is only emerging and still without a clear shape. Now I'm going to be noticing these weird things with articles for, like, the next, like, month. I don't know who of the key people in both houses are involved in its making. Your skills as a mediator and an investigator are needed. You have to be careful who you choose to talk to and who you keep in the dark. There are those on both sides of the river who would welcome a house war. Can I trust you, Adept? No. Two of the houses? Or the two houses? Good. Now remember, the letter Idora Voron asked you to deliver to Induril Danvis? I've made some inquiries since then. I've written letters to both sides of the river and got some answers, though I still don't know the full story. What I've learned is that the young lord has been trying to track down a high-ranking Indoro retainer named Adamaris Saldro, who went missing here in Amasthir. My sources tell me that he is wound up on the western bank of the Thir, a prisoner of the Hollow. I find the situation most alarming. If I've been able to uncover this much, I'm sure that Indral Danvis already knows full well Adamaris Saldro has been captured and probably knows exactly where he's being kept. We can only pray that he hasn't told these news to his father. Hasn't told these news? This news? It'd be this news. Imprisoning or killing common foot soldiers. I can see that. That seems like a pretty easy mistake to make. Because news does seem like it would be a plural. A letter. Daggerfall noises. Is news a is it like a shortening of another word? Like fax is a shortening of facsimile, or math is a shortening of mathematics. Imprisoning or killing common foot soldiers or spies is one thing, but to kidnap a noble retainer, imprisoning or killing the peasants is quite okay. Newspaper? I don't know. I feel like news would have been before newspaper, and then it was like paper in the news. Notable events, weather, and sports is a backronym. Comes from Old English and New Ways, which meant new things. Oh. So it's not plural. Indral Ilvi wouldn't hesitate to contact the Morag Tong and start a house war over this transgression. The Morag Tong specifically exists to avoid wars between houses, I thought. Go to Roadir and speak with Indral Danvis. Tell him that the temple knows that he's trying to fight Adamaris Saldro, and convince him to let you help him. You 1 at 50 and 2 at 15. Need to train our mysticism a bit. Sheeps. I like using the incorrect plurals especially for animals. Like when there are geese flying over, I'm like, oh, gooses. I don't know why I find it funny. So it's not really funny. I don't know. I think it's cute. I'm trying to be cute. Mouses, you know. The plural of Lego is Lego. Yeah, but I mean, anyone who corrects you on that is the same person who would correct you on not properly using who instead of whom, but they don't know how to use whom, so they correct you wrong half the time. Like, shut up, you know what I mean? Legos. I'm not gonna say Lego bricks. It sounds super weird to me. Well.
Welcome to Amasthir.
Under sun and sky,
Whatever you want, within reason.
I'm back with rice, pesto, bacon, cheese. Still on language. We did deviate from it for a bit. But then we kind of... It always comes back to language. I don't correct people on it because I know it's a regional thing. What, who versus whom? Or Lego? Lego versus Legos? Oh, yeah. don't even know if it's a regional thing. I just think most people don't give a shit. Where am I going? Because, I mean, when you don't know the plural of something, generally with English, it's just like, oh, throw an S at the end. That usually works. See around tackle melt damage. Only Americans say Legos. Yeah, so that means it's right.
What's that?
Nintendo Switch. Oh, no, I was supposed to go to row a deer. What am I doing? Random skeletons on the side of the road. It's similar to sand or rice, where you refer to the collective of smaller pieces as sand or rice. I imagine Lego is a bunch of bricks mixed in a pile you could sift through. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you wouldn't say sands unless you would say grains of sand. Likewise, you would say bricks of Lego. But I think probably in America, when we talk about Lego, we treat a single brick as a Lego. So a bunch of bricks is Legos. You know? I think that's the idea. We don't view them as collective nouns. Lege. Yeah, or water. Well, the interesting thing about water is you could have waters, like the waters of the waters of antiquity. The Legos of Oblivion.
Welcome to Alma's Fear, good pilgrim.
American Individual strikes again. It is interesting because also that's a because I noticed this even with the English speakers from the UK, they'll refer to companies as plural things. So it's like, you know, Lego have decided to make new bricks, but in America you'd say Lego has decided, because it's like Lego is like a singular entity, which is an interesting deviation. Although, knowing how it works, that's probably how it used to be in the UK, and then they changed, but America stuck with what was original. That's almost how it always ends up being. It's like, oh, why do Americans so different? It's like, well, no, this is how it used to be in like the 1700s. It's the English who changed. Eh. I didn't know that was a difference. Yeah, it's something I've noticed. European English speakers will refer to organizations as, or they'll treat them like plurals. I wonder if they would do the same thing with family. Like my family has or my family have. My family has been meeting up every year for things. Or my family have been meeting up every year for things.
Within reason.
In America, you would say has. UK would say has. Okay. So family is a singular collective, but companies are plural collectives. My family done gots to get together. Where am I going? The lamps. When I learned that peoples is a word, my mind was blown.
Is there something I can do for you?
I think that usually refers to like collectives of like specific groups of people. Like different like if a country has like multiple ethnic groups, it's like the various peoples, you know. There's also persons. Persons is also a word. But it's stupid.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely, Outlander.
In the UK, the first floor is one floor up, whereas in the US, the first floor is the ground floor. I only know that because of RuneScape. I play old school RuneScape. It was like, go to the first floor. And then it would be like a little footnote being like, oh, but if you're in, you know, in the US, it's the second floor. You think persons are stupid? Misanthrope? No, I think persons is stupid. Persons as a concept. The word, the singular word persons is stupid. How do you know that name? The temple knows that you've been trying to find him. I'm here to help. Help. Apologies, Outlander, but why would I require the assistance in this matter? Your assistance in this matter. I have my informant across the river, and my father has his warriors and assassins at his disposal. Take the elevator to the first floor, or the lift to the second floor if you're American. We call them elevators in the States. Although, in my opinion, I would refer to, if it's to move people, I would call it an elevator. If it's to move stuff, I would call it a lift, like a cargo lift. There's no need for violence, let me help you. Have you told your father already about Adamaris' capture? The temple is here to serve you as well. Just tell me what to do. Is that so? I was under the impression that the temple strived above all to be neutral in this impending house war of ours. But if the temple truly wishes to help, I welcome it. After all, you can walk freely on the Hlalu side of the river without causing conflict. You can help me find Adamaris. Tell me what happened to him. Why was he captured by the Hlalu? What I learned from Endura Voron's investigation is that there was an altercation between Adamaris and a group of drunken Hlalu hirelings. Apparently, they insulted my family, and Adamaris felt the need to defend our honor. Stupid. He has always been a faithful creedman. Before the Ordinators broke off the fight, I'm told one of the Hlalu was dead, and 3 were grievously injured. Being the man of honor he is, Adamaris voluntarily boarded a ship that took him to the Hlalu side of the river. Freight elevator? Yeah, that also works. I do like... It is funny how elevator versus lift, like, elevator sounds so much more fancy. You know, it's like, oh, you take the lift, I take the elevator. You know? Like, lycanthrope instead of werewolf. Yeah. It just seems like it would be the other way around. America's like, oh, it's lift, make you go lift. Make you go up. Autumn, oh, leaves fall. We call fall. You know what I mean? Do Americans say escalators? Yeah. Her name is, I don't know the name. I have a spy on their lands who has been trying to find him. Her name is Tulsi Retharan. I haven't heard from her in a while. She has a hideout under Marenger's house in the Mudrethi slave market. Go there and learn what she has found out. Why do you cook bacon but bake biscuits?
Oh.
Why do you put in the cold food and of out the hot food in the of food? Elevator is just a verb that was nounified. Oh yeah, elevate. Elevator is one who elevates. Why is it elevator, not elevator? With an E. There was a discussion about preheat the oven versus heat it. Just heat it. I guess that is kind of a good point, because preheating the oven is still heating the oven. But I think when they say preheat the oven, they mean turn it on and let it heat up before you put the food in. That's the implication. Otherwise, it's just turn the oven on and put the food in. Like if you don't say preheat the oven, you just say, you put it in the oven at 350 or 200 C or whatever you want to say. But if you want to specify that you want the oven hot before you put the stuff in, you would say you preheat it. Because that would specify you want to heat it before the food goes in, without having to say it in so many words. You ever seen the meme of the guy using premium language? Yeah. Yeah, the whole werewolf, lycanthrope, vampire, hemomancer, zombie, ghoul. What the hell is that? What is this? Oh, it's a netch. Cadaver. Graveyard. Cemetery. Ghoul sounds more fun. I hate zombie because of the movie show's associations. Well, the original zombies, well, they're not the original zombies, but like the zombies that we know of, the thing that's made zombies what they are was from Night of the Living Dead. They never referred to them as zombies, even in the script. They're always referred to as ghouls. Because prior to that, zombies were specifically like mystical. They were like, like that whole like the oversimplification of voodoo, being like, oh, it turns people into zombies. Whoa, different people are different. So there was a movie called White Zombie from the 1920s with Bela Lugosi. That was sort of like that. He used like poisons and stuff to create like zombified slaves. But then Night of the Living Dead, they kind of took the idea of ghouls, where ghouls were originally, I believe they originally come from the Middle East. They're a Middle East folklore thing, where they live in graveyards and they eat corpses. and then it kind of merged and became just these creatures that eat people. And then the terms merged, so zombies became more ghoul-like. So now that's why we have zombies as they are now. So originally a zombie was like a voodoo, mindless, like mystical kind of creature, I guess, or like a mind-controlled person. And a ghoul was a monster. But the two terms blended together. And so now modern zombies are more like ghouls. What was that floating in the air above the road? It's probably a netch. Oh, the little bug? It's a little bug. Was voodoo the bad one, or was that hoodoo? Well, voodoo is just... It wasn't... I think it was just like a religion. I don't know the specific... The voodoo that was used in, like, Hollywood was, like, very, like, exotified. Like, oh, look how exotic it is. Like, it's just people. Like, what do you... The Haitian mixing of West African and Catholicism. Mostly African practices. Yeah. The only reason why I know all this, like the only reason why I know all this information, the reason why I know the thing with the whole Night of the Living Dead is because I took a class in it was like a gen ed sort of a thing. It's like a cultural enrichment class or whatever called the Global Zombie, and the whole class we just watched zombie movies and discussed them a little bit, like the context in which the movie was made. It's a good class. Pretty easy. Early zombie movies weren't very good. Early movies weren't very good. And 28 Days Later, they're called Infected, and Shaun of the Dead, they're called Zombies. We did actually watch 28 Days Later and Shaun of the Dead during that class, because I would argue that Shaun of the Dead is probably one of the best zombie movies. Ironically. Return of the Living Dead is also a really good zombie movie. Comedians do horror very well, I find. And dark comedies always seem to have like the most horrific stuff in it. Like, there's that one scene from Shaun of the Dead where the guy's getting his guts ripped out. That's pretty brutal. That's where we're going. And Return of the Living Dead was such a goofy movie, but man, the implications of it is pretty terrifying. The fact that the zombies can't die. Like, even if you cut their heads off, the heads will stay alive, the bodies will stay alive. If you burn them, their ashes go into the clouds and then get mixed with the rain, and it causes other corpses to come back to life. It's a good movie. If you haven't seen Return of the Living Dead, you gotta see it. Yeah, they're in pain the whole time. Yeah. And the only thing that helps quell their pain is eating brains. That was actually where the whole brain-eating zombies came from. Was from Return of the Living Dead, which was a parody of a sequel that didn't exist for Night of the Living Dead. Did it exist yet? Was Return of the Living Dead before or after Day of the Dead? Day of the Dead was a good movie too. Not Day of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead? Dawn of the Dead. The one with the mall. The mall one. Day of the Dead was good. Wait. Return of the Living Dead. Night of the Living Dead. Dawn of the Dead. Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead was the military base. That was pretty good too. Did I watch Doghouse? No. I'm not big on movies, even though I'm talking about a bunch of movies right now. We actually had to write a paper at the end of that class. Basically, like, pick your own movie and, like, write a little, I don't know, like a 2,000-word essay or something like that on, like, how it... What was the specifics of it? It was, I can't remember, like the things we discussed about the movies in the class was basically write a paper about that, but about a movie we haven't watched in class. And I actually did my paper on The Thing, because I think, even though The Thing isn't a zombie movie, it touches on the same themes as a zombie movie. The whole mistrust of others and, you know, not knowing where the enemy is, who the enemy is, what the enemy's doing. The Thing is a really good movie. From the 80s. The 1980s one. I really like special effects. And I love seeing how they handle special effects in like not pre-computer days, but like in the when it was cheaper to do practical effects than it was to do computer effects. Like the first Hellraiser movie, the scene where the guy's body is regrowing, it looks amazing. I think they spent $1 million on that scene. They basically made this wax figurine with thread in it, and they melted it. And then they played it backwards. And they pulled out the threads, so when they played it backwards, it looked like the threads were veins going into the body. It's really cool. If you haven't seen Hellraiser, you should at least watch that scene. Ah. Greetings, Tulsi. Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you want some training? So the temple is trying to help us find him. That's good. I fear things in Antherin will go from bad to worse if we don't find the young Sergio soon. I'll tell you what I've learned so far. The drunken Hlalu hirelings that Sergio Adamaris Saldro fought with in Almasthir were men who served under none other than Del's Raven. The Del's Raven? The foreman of the Oran plantation. The young Sergio volunteered to come here so he could settle their blood feud honorably. I think he must have expected Raven to demand him to pay a large sum of blood money, or maybe challenge him to a duel. But no, instead he was taken as a slave and put to work in the fields. I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. Jesus wept, gets torn apart. Yeah. I have done some scouting in the Oran farmland to the south, trying to look for the young Sergio among the slaves, but to no avail. Perhaps you'll have better luck than I do. Perhaps, or certainly, why did I say perhaps? Certainly, being a priest of the temple, you're allowed to walk more freely, and with less risk of being captured than a common spy such as myself. You should go south and look for the young Sergio. If you don't find him yourself, ask around, and see if anyone knows where he is. Punavid is such a fun element of lore. What is Punavid? I know it's a drink. But what is it specifically? Money. Indoril nobles slurping booze made out of butterfly deer glands. Oh, is that what it is? Velk. Comes from the Velk. Gross. To be fair, he was a leopard himself. That's what I mean. He didn't think the leopards would eat his face. Who but a leopard would think the leopards wouldn't eat his face? Velk are freaky looking? Yeah, a little bit. Oh shit, a rat. Velk is from pre-release test 3 content. Ah. A lot of stupid people who aren't leopards think the leopards won't eat their face. I think a lot of people think they're the leopards. Boomhammer? Yeah. I got it from a Dremora.
Sarah. You talk too much, Outlander.
Who do I talk to about... Oh, maybe not on the plantation just yet.
Good hunting.
The so-called Skeleton Man interview also mentions sandquoom, which in TR are big insect ungulates found in the Narcissus district. Found in Narcissus. What is the so-called Skeleton Man interview?
Ah, yes. What is it?
Drokosha has bad news for you. The young Sergio you're looking for is no more. The foreman had him beaten. He died here in the fields. That is all Drokosha is willing to tell you. Great. Ah, he's blind. Scared me.
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you need?
Indro boy from across the river, right? Gods, I hope they never find out how the foreman had him beaten. They will seek vengeance for sure. No, I don't know where he is. Leave me out of this. Ooh, that's no good. That's very bad.
Do you have something to say, Outlander?
Wonder if there are any mods that are engine extensions to OpenMW, such as more advanced animation or physics engine? I don't know. I mean, Skywind is going to improve the physics of Morrowind quite a bit because it'll be using the Skyrim physics engine. There are definitely animation mods. I mean, I'm using one right now. You know, the well, that spellcast animation and that stab animation. It's a little different. Only in first person, though. It's an early online preview of ideas that will be featured in Test 3, and naturally far from what actually got featured, but it has been the driving force of imagining Morrowind as it should exist, which is of course important to TR. Probably get one to manually use shields. There are mods that let you use shields with a keybind, although the ones that I saw weren't. They're a little clunky. They weren't as simple as like Oblivion's, where it's like right click and you hold your shield up. But they do exist. He is dead. I really hope that you haven't let the Indral know about this yet. You should speak with Dell's Raven, the Orn Plantation foreman. Okay, let's reload.
I can spare a few
shit.
moments if you care to talk.
Oh, why did I quick save right in front of her? What am I, stupid? I might be stupid. Why did I do that?
Praise Veloth. What brings you to the...
I set mine to 10 quick save slots. I probably should do that. Actually, I think we'll end here. We'll end here for now. Do you think Port Telvanus needs a remake? I haven't really explored much of that yet, so maybe? I don't know. Certainly some of the older stuff in the game. I think there's a plan for remaking that part of it. Maybe? Let me see. There was a map that kind of outlined stuff. Like things that... Is it the release map? Nope, not that. Preview? Nope. Locations? Nope. There was something. Travel routes? Nope. I pulled it up yesterday, but I can't find it now. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Firewatch is reworked though. Yeah. Firewatch is on the western side. Yeah. This area. I think this area was reworked. I don't know if they're gonna do this. When were those added? Is there like plans? Roadmap? Nope. Why can't I find this mod? I mean this map. Oh, here it is. So the Telvanus stuff was done in 2006. Yeah. So the eastern side of the game is a bit dated. At least the northeastern side. This stuff, I mean, these are like 10 years old, but they're a little newer. But they're in the progress. They're overhauling the Mephalan Vales, Poison Song, like this area, and this area. Oh, so Wealth Beyond Measure is gonna, was it gonna include this area and a overhaul of this area? It looks like. Where's Narcissus? It's down here. Yeah. So which is planned first, Narcissus or Wealth Beyond Measure? Do we know? The Poison Song area needs a rework. It's very sparse. It'd be neat when they finally get Almalexia implemented. Narcissus is a Hlalu city. So I know the Thier separates Indoril from Hlalu, but I don't know how. I don't know the exact delineation below it. Assume it's probably like this. Basically, everything to the east is Indoril, and then up here is Telvanni. Hlalu owns a lot of territory. Yeah, they have a bunch of stuff in Vardenfell. I think all of this is Hlalu. Some of this, I think this is Redoran. Or is it just this? I know this is Redoran, definitely. Because of Blacklight. Cities in beige are Hlalu. Oh, that's what those colors mean. Alright, so this is Redoran. So these are Indoril. Yeah. Alright. I'm guessing Necrom is like no one. That's like a neutral territory. Necrom is temple. Ah. Oh, I guess I'm getting confused because Indoril is very temple allied. Where's Drez? I don't know. Is there more south? Or is this the... Drez is blue? Oh, okay. Indoril is this gray. Or is it this blue? Is it light blue? Indoril is this light blue color. Drez is this... Okay, so this is Drez. Dres is this dark blue. Of course, they have a city named Tyr. Yeah, so this is Dres down here. Indoril. What is this gray? What is gray? Yeah, note all the plantations. Yeah, fair point. This is an Ashlander. Dres has one major stronghold on Vardenfell, and the rest is on the mainland. Do they have anything in Vardenfell? No. No, they don't. You're thinking of Dren. Dren is Hlaalu. I think you're thinking of Dren. So what is this light gray? If light blue is Indoril, that's Temple. This is Telvanni. Isn't Almalexia included in Tribunal? Part of it. The inner part. Light gray I assumed was Indoril. That's what I assumed. But Roadir is definitely Indoril. Same with Akamora. And those are light blue. I know that this bright red is Imperial. Vol. Let's see. Tamriel rebuilt Vol. Vol is a Velothi settlement. Okay, so the gray might just be Velothi. Maybe it's like not specific house allegiances. But there is not a key. Vol is Indoril territory. Yeah, it's in that territory, but maybe the city isn't Indoril run. You know? Locations? Nope. Political influence? What? So yeah, this is the Indoril region. But maybe some of the cities are more Indoril than others. Indoril's new architecture looks amazing. Yeah, it's based on Mournhold. It is pretty great. The blue-gray might differentiate Indoril nobility from peasantry. It could be. The map on the right is big if you click it. Does this have a key? It does. Oh, wow, it's right there. Yeah, the gray is Velothi / unaffiliated. So these small towns. They're just people trying to get by. So I'm guessing this blue is like neutral territory as well. Or it's probably Temple. Yeah, I think there are just miscellaneous towns in various places. Like, Obynat. Oh no, that's probably an Ashlander. Yeah, Keladan, Plabulor, Arathan. It does seem like the Indra will have more unaffiliated towns in their territory. We got like Salin in the this is the temple. They have Salin. Yeah, it's interesting. Hlalu doesn't seem to have any unaffiliated towns. They have Ashlanders. There's some world building to be said there. What is this like weird brown? Shinathi? Do not know what Shinathi are. Pretty cool. Oh, here's one. Here's an unaffiliated town. In Hlalu. There's no business in having a town not make money. Hamusa. Oh wait, I was confused. This is Vardenfell. Are there any unaffiliated towns on Vardenfell? I don't think so. No. Well, Voss. Yeah, the scale of this is ridiculous. And it seems like the releases have been quicker lately. Just because, first of all, they already have a bunch of stuff they could reuse. But also, it's like the project's gotten bigger. They have more people working on it. So we're probably going to see newer releases happening more frequently. As opposed to like, oh, this small little area, and then 3 years later, this other small little area. But now we're going to get like boom, 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 like big things. It's cool. Satanin is Imperial. Narmok should be unaffiliated. Yeah, it's Hlalu. It's in Hlalu territory, so they're probably just like, you know, that's ours. And they have maps like this for all of Cyrodiil as well. And I think Skyrim. It's amazing. I can't wait till they add Markarth to Home of the Nords. That's going to be neat. Because it's going to be in a different location than we're usually familiar with. Because the original map had it like in, like near where Rorik's that is. Moligmar is unaffiliated. Where are we? No, it's Temple. It does look gray though, but that is Temple. Markarth is Dwemer in Skyrim? Yes. I don't know what it's going to be in Home of the Nords. It's going to be Durrani? Maybe? I know the ruins that are in Home of the Nords right now aren't Dwemer ruins. It might not even be a ruin. Who knows? I'm not exactly sure. Are they going to have the College of the Thuum in Markarth? I have no idea. I haven't played much of any of Home of the Nords. But we're gonna check it out eventually. Man. think if we did Home of the Nords, we'd probably do like, there's a lot of bounties, so we'd probably do maybe like a stealth archer. Really be Skyrim, you know? All right, well, that was a diversion. Thanks for joining me, everybody. I will see you next week. We'll continue with the Temple Quest line. So far, it's quite intriguing. There's a lot of political mischief going about. The cities in Home of the Nords remind me of Daggerfall. Stealth Archer and Axe. Yeah. Stealth Archer and acrobatics, because you got to be able to jump up mountains.